What's going on? What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? Good morning. Good morning to you guys. Oh my God, on this beautiful Sunday. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community, your host, Joey Hadid. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Sunday, November 6th, 2021, as we get started in talking about the wonderful nature of sports that we witnessed. I think we witnessed history yesterday, folks. We witnessed history. And when I speak about history, it comes to boxing, folks. It comes to boxing. We're going to get to that in a couple minutes. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome. How's everybody doing? Hopefully everybody is having a productive weekend out there. As you can see, we are in Cheesehead country this morning. Cheesehead country, live from Green Bay, Wisconsin, folks. Home of the Milwaukee Bucks, nonetheless. Home of the Green Bay Packers. Home of the, all the sport nation in the city of Wisconsin. But other than that, though, you guys know. But this is actually, if anybody's familiar with this, I mean, it is morning, so I'm trying to get adjusted. I have my Wawa coffee right here. On this Sunday morning. Yep, we stopped by. It's always about that coffee, though. But what I want to say is we're currently in the press box, I believe. I think it's either the press box or the suite of the Green Bay Packers. But beautiful view here. Beautiful view, nonetheless. But anyway, folks, I just want to say, how's everybody doing, though, on this Sunday edition? I just want to mention to everybody out there that yesterday, folks, we were supposed to be live. And due to the reasons why we weren't live yesterday for streaming is we had some technical difficulties. Also some system issues to deal with. So that's why we couldn't stream yesterday, folks, because we were going through some system updates and upgrades. And also, not to mention, daylight savings. We were not prepared for it. Yeah, so it kind of caused a little bit of a system, mishap, and we couldn't stream last night. So, not to mention we had a lot of things to talk about. Not to mention good college football games, and we had some upsets that we need to go over. Yeah, so lots to talk about, and lots to go over, but. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, the nature of sports was wonderful. It was so wonderful, folks, that we witnessed history in the making yesterday when it came to UFC UFC boxing, folks. UFC boxing, and folks, it was crazy that we witnessed some history right in front of our eyes. What a great boxing match, though, nonetheless, and. We have a lot to go over, though. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about UFC boxing. We're going to talk about, here's something else I want to talk about. First of all, congratulations to your World Series champions, the Atlanta Braves, on becoming your 2021 champions their fourth championship overall in franchise history. And the second one since 1995, nonetheless, and bringing a championship since 1995. What a good way to bring the 1990s back all over again. And the Atlanta Braves did that by beating the Houston Braves. The Houston Astros 4-2 to wrap up the World Series, and they beat them 7-0 in Game 6. Of the Instant Classic World Series, folks. And they did that in great fashion, nonetheless. So congratulations to the Atlanta Braves. Again, speaking of the baseball and stuff, we need to talk about Major League Baseball transactions that are going on. Ever since, ladies and gentlemen, baseball season was over, transactions have started coming in. And we're going to go over that, and we're going to talk about a little bit of that throughout the show. We're not going to go through all of them, because it's going to be boring for a 4-hour segment to hear me go over all of the Major League Baseball transactions. Nobody wants to hear me blabber all of what's going on in Major League Baseball. We're going to cover some of them, though, some moves have been made in Major League Baseball, and I'm going to go over that with you guys later on throughout the show. Also, we're going to go over week 10 of college football Saturday, folks. We're going to recap college football Saturday. Also, we're going to go over NBA games. And if we have time throughout the show, we will talk about NHL. Today, NHL is not on my menu today. All right. If we can get to hockey, we'll talk about it. If we cannot, then it is what it is. Also, ladies and gentlemen, week 9 of the NFL. We're going to talk about that and the reason why I am here this morning. So I am here on the business trip. It's not a vacation. Nobody would like to go on vacation in the month of November to Green Bay, especially when things are starting to get cold and everything now. This is a business trip. So it's not like I'm staying here forever. But nonetheless, folks, we're going to talk about the reason to why we are here in Cheesehead country. And it's not good because, not to mention, the Green Bay Packers are on the road today. So they'll be playing against none other than Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. So lots to go over. And this is what we're here for. So again, Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Please call us. We have a phone number. Yes, we brought the phone number with us. It is 610-770-3698. Again, that is 610-770-3698. Let's talk sports with your host this morning, Worldwide Sport Updates. All right. Your local community, your local news for everything that is happening in the nature of sports. So again, glad to have everybody with us on this fine Sunday morning nonetheless. And hopefully everybody's having a great one though. And everybody's enjoying their Sunday nonetheless. Everybody's enjoying their Sunday nonetheless. So that's what matters. That's what matters. All right. We have a lot to go over. Yes, we do. Man, it kind of I wish I didn't have a lot of things to say, but we do have a lot to say and we have a lot to go over. So that's what it's all about. All right, so we got a phone call. Somebody wants to be on the air this morning. This is awesome stuff to start your Sunday, isn't it? Let's get this first caller on here. Let's see what he's all about. And he hung up the phone. Okay. So technically, it didn't. I guess he didn't want to be on the phone on air. Okay. So. All right. So anyway, he called and he didn't want to be on the air. For some reason, we get stuff like that. We get callers that want to call and they hang up. All right, here we go. He's calling me now. So let's see. All right. So let's see who it is. Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Do we have a caller? Worldwide Sport Updates. Okay. Not there. All right. He's not there. Whoever it is, he's not there. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we have a lot to go over though, nonetheless. So we're gonna talk about everything that needs to be talked about. And first of all, we're gonna start off with again Major League Baseball. All right. So again, congratulations to the Atlanta Braves. They did the impossible, securing a championship for the first time since 1995. Long time. I remember the last time that the Atlanta Braves won a championship, again, back in 1995, I was maybe 5 or 6 years old, maybe 5 or 6 years old. Yeah. And not to mention, folks, look at this. Do you think it's possible? Hold on. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I mean, a lot of people. I mean, speculations. So again, folks, I don't know. I don't know if you guys recall, but if anybody does recall that the last time we witnessed the Braves again back in 1995 winning a World Series, that same year the Dallas Cowboys started making a run to winning a championship. So if you think about it, is it possible that we might be witnessing Dallas Cowboys winning a Super Bowl right in front of our eyes? You know, think about that for a minute. I mean, all right, let me call this number. It's sending me a message. Let's see here. We usually don't call people. People call us, but we're gonna give it a shot here because he wants to be on the air, but he's having trouble with single. So let's see who this person is. All right, he does want to be on the show. Okay, so whoever this person is, he wants to be on the show, but he's having single issues. So let's call him and see what's going on.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
So it's going to an automated message.
3924492.
All right, so whoever it is going to an automated message. I think you guys are having some single issues, maybe. But we appreciate that you're calling and you want to be on the show. We're doing the best we can here. But I think your single's just not going through. But we're here for you, though. I mean, you can talk to me on here. We're all ears. Just so let me know what's going on. Nonetheless. All right. So again, let's I'm gonna see what's going on here. Hold on, folks. Bear with me here. Somebody wants to be on the show, but they're having some single issues, so I'm sorry about that. We're trying to call them on our end, and let's see what's going on here.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Okay, so yeah, it's just not going through. Okay. All right. All right. So folks, let's see here. All right, bear with me here. Okay, so Major League Baseball transactions to go over, folks. So basically what I would okay, so again, ever since, ladies and gentlemen, we witnessed the Atlanta Braves beating the Astros in the Instant Classic. What a World Series, by the way. It was a great World Series. Nonetheless, it was an epic one, and it went down to Game 6. So the Atlanta Braves were the team that battled. Hold on, folks. Okay. So folks, again, what I was trying to say is, they did it in great fashion. Again, they went to 6 games. It was a great Insta Classic on the road in Houston, and they beat them in a great baseball game. You can really not. You could say it was the best baseball game to ever witness. Nonetheless, I mean, this is what a World Series and an Insta Classic is all about, folks. And witnessing what transpired and what happened was truly the best. Going to Game 6, winning it 7-0 on the road, especially, and bringing home a championship back to Hotlanta after after so many years. After so many years, it's truly amazing. All right. All right. So we have a caller. We have a caller from Baltimore, and we're trying to see if we can. He's trying to call, but he's not getting any singles. So we're gonna try to call him, and it's still not going through. So let's see what's going on here.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 6-1.
Yeah, it's not going through. It's just giving me an automated message. Okay. So folks, basically, again, the Braves, what they did, they deserved it, folks. I mean, they battled throughout the whole season through thick and thin, and they were below 500 throughout the season. Not to mention, and all of a sudden, folks, they battled it out. They stick through it. The chemistry was there. They were working as a team. Everything was clicking for that baseball team. We got a birthday in the house too. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. We got a birthday person in the house. All right. All right. So, folks, again, I'm gonna mention they battled folks through thick and thin. They definitely did. Going taking it to 6 games, and it was the chemistry, folks. The chemistry, the team is clicking on all cylinders, and everything was going correctly for them for that baseball team, and they did it in great fashion, folks. Took it again to 6 games, and they beat the Houston Astros. They came with a game plan, folks. They came through. So he wants. Okay, so we got a person, folks, that wants an Eagles chant. Hopefully, he's watching this too. So we'll give him an Eagles chant. Here we go. EAGLES. Go Eagles. We'll talk about those Eagles in a couple minutes, folks, throughout the show. But yeah, there's an Eagles chant. Hopefully he's watching. He's trying to call, to try to get on the air, but he's having some single issues. All right. But folks, again, I just want to say hats off to the Atlanta Braves for a remarkable heck of a season and taking the Astros to the limit nonetheless. And it was a back and forth series too. I mean, there was times where the Astros tried to come back, but it was just not enough for them to come back. And they had no answer for them in Game 6. They just had no answer. It's just they flat out the gas was full, and then it went to empty tank, pretty much for the Astros. They just had no answer for them, none whatsoever in Game 6, and that's a disappointing to a baseball coming from a baseball team. You know, you're at home and you have the fans right behind you to try to force a Game 7, nonetheless, and they just fell apart. And speaking of the Astros, the Astros they resigned their head coach. So I believe let's see if I can pull that up real quick. Bear with me here. So news coming out from the Houston Astros organization is that, ladies and gentlemen, Dusty Baker has confirmed that he'll be returning for the Houston Astros manager in 2022. So he's not going anywhere, folks. He's not going anywhere. So he definitely has a mission on his mind that he wants to go back to the World Series picture come next year. So they have reached a one year deal nonetheless. So Dusty Baker will be coming back, folks, for the Houston Astros, and it has been confirmed coming from the organization nonetheless that he has a mission. He has a mission, folks, and the loss that they had the encounter. He wants to come back to the picture nonetheless. So on awesome stuff indeed. All right. So yeah, that's just been confirmed. That's just been confirmed by the Houston Astros organization. All right. So Dusty Baker will be coming back. All right. But let's go over some Major League Baseball transactions. The big names that I really want to go over. Sorry about that, folks. All right. So basically, some big names I want to go over in Major League Baseball transactions here. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Braves, this actually okay. So we had a transaction on Friday where Jay Peterson has declared free agency. So he did decline his player mutual option, and he will be testing free agency nonetheless. Sorry about that. All right. So also other news, ladies and gentlemen, Corey Seager has tendered his qualifying offer from the Major League Baseball transactions coming in. So yes, Corey Seager has tendered his qualifying offer. Also coming from the Cincinnati Reds, Nick Castillos has also tendered his qualifying offers. So that's more Major League Baseball transaction I wanted to go over, folks. And also Ronald Acuna has been removed. This I think came on Saturday. This came yesterday, folks. He has been removed from a 60-day torn right ACL, and he was out for the season, but he has been removed from the 60-day injured reserve, the injured list. So that's coming good news from Ronald Acuna. Ladies and gentlemen, also T. Dimitri has been purchased from the minors. That's coming from the Braves. And also, ladies and gentlemen, A. Rangel has been purchased from the minors, coming from the Braves. So that's also transaction news from the Major League Baseball transactions. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Texas Ranger Art Guzman. Okay, he's calling. Hold on. Let's see if we can get him in here. Hello? All right, cut off. All right, so he calls and gets cut off. Also, okay, so ladies and gentlemen, coming from the Texas Rangers organization, Art Guzman has refused minor league assignment and he will be testing free agency. That's also reported news from the Major League Baseball transactions. Also, ladies and gentlemen, S. Watkins from the Baltimore Orioles has outrighted to the minors. And also coming from the Boston Red Sox, Kay Schrober has declared free agency and he declared free agency and declined his player mutual option. Okay, let's see. Also, ladies and gentlemen, another thing that's been confirmed from the Los Angeles Dodgers is Albert Pujols might be coming back again next year, folks. So he's not retiring anytime soon. So it has been confirmed that he might be coming back. But the question is, will it be with the Dodgers though? That's the ultimate question. Or will he go and try out with a different team? That's something we need to look and see come next season, of course. All right. So yeah, it has been confirmed that Albert Pujols will be coming back, and he is not retiring. Okay. Also, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. Odell Herrera, he refused the minor league assignment, and he'll be going to free agency as well. So that's pretty much some baseball news. Transactions. Also, Andrew McCutchen, folks, has declared free agency and declined the team option for the Philadelphia Phillies. So Andrew McCutchen will not be back with the Philadelphia Phillies unless they come up with a different agreement in his contract. So yes, okay. So this person has a question. Folks, so somebody's trying to get on air again. We have bad single reception for some reason. The call cannot come through. He is a big fan of the Philadelphia Eagles, a big fan of the Packers, a big fan of the Steelers, a big fan of the Patriots. And we're trying to interact with him nonetheless, but he does have a question. So again, we appreciate you guys, reaching out and trying to get on air. Much appreciated nonetheless. Okay. Much appreciated nonetheless, but he does have a question, so let's see what that question is. And we'll bring it to everybody's attention that's tuning in. All right. So more Major League Baseball transactions here before we wrap it up. As far as Major League Baseball news is concerned. Also, ladies and gentlemen, coming from the New York Yankees, D.O. Day has also declared free agency and declined his mutual option. And also B. Gardner declared free agency as well. That's coming from the New York Yankees organization. All right. So basically, okay, so we have a question here. And he's asking, so the question is, folks, he's asking me, which footballer has scored the most goals in World Cup history? Wow. Well, that's a great question. That's a great question. I wish I had the answer for that. I kind of really do not have the answer for that. Okay. More Major League Baseball transaction, folks. Cole Hamels has also declared free agency, and Duffy has also declared free agency. And ladies and gentlemen, coming from the Milwaukee Brewers, E. Escobar has also declared free agency. All right. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, those are your Major League Baseball transactions, nonetheless. All right. So okay, and also he asked me this question: who won more caps for England, Wayne Rooney or David Beckham? Huh. Well, if I had to go with that one, so the question is, okay, the question is, this person's asking me this question: who won more caps for England, Wayne Rooney or Devin Beckman? Beckham. Beckham. I think is it. I think I'm pronouncing that name right. David Beckham. Well, to be honest, I think it's none of those two. And then he's asking me, did Team Green Bay win more medals in total at London in 2012 or Rio in 2016? Interesting. Interesting. Uh, well, to answer your question though, to answer your question on who won more caps for England, was it either Wayne Rooney or David Beckham? Well, according to sources, I would have to go with David Beckham on that one. I think it's more David Beckham. Yeah. I mean, he's the one who made his England debut, I believe, what was it, September 1st, 1996, at the age of 21. And he was captain for 6 years, earning 58 caps during his tenure. I could be wrong, but okay. All right. So I had to answer this person's question. He's trying to get on air too, and I mean, I wish we could get him on like really live on air. I mean, he's trying to call. He's having some single issues, but he's asking me some great questions. He's asking me great questions, and it's really disappointing we can't get him on air and for everybody to hear him nonetheless. But he's asking some great questions, but we have a lot to cover. We have a lot to cover. I'm sorry to really cut it short, but we really have a lot to cover, folks. I mean, not to mention today is NFL Sunday. We need to go through predictions. We need to go through analysis, breakdowns. Also, I need to give you my NFL lock picks for Week 9. Not to mention, so we have a lot. We have a lot to go over. We have a lot to go over. I really hate to cut it short, but we have a lot of stuff to talk about. But he's asking me some great questions, though. I wish we can get him on the air here, but singles it's not going through. All right, folks. Here we go. So, Major League Baseball again. Congratulations, season's finally over. And to the Atlanta Braves again for beating the Houston Astros 4-2 to win the series and beating them 7-0 in Game 6 nonetheless. And we just went over some transactions to just let you know that Major League Baseball transactions in the offseason is now definitely in full swing as we speak. All right. All right, folks. Thank you again for coming on the show on this Sunday morning, nonetheless. Glad that everybody's being a part of it, and appreciate you all nonetheless. All right, so let's talk about here what. Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's recap Week 9 of the NFL. Let's talk about the NFL here, folks, real quick. So we had the Indianapolis Colts versus the New York Jets, and I want to say something about that game real quick, folks. That game that started on Thursday to begin Week 9 of the NFL, and first off, ladies and gentlemen, Josh Johnson, folks. Give him a little bit of recognition here. He needs to be recognized for where credit is due. And Josh Johnson put on one heck of a performance under the lights Thursday night against the Indianapolis Colts defense. I mean, he almost, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if anybody watched that game, but again, the final score was 45-30 Indianapolis, and Carson Wentz. Awesome performance under the lights on Thursday. And we're going to go over those highlights. Again, the Jets, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to 2-6 on the season. while the Indianapolis Colts improved their record to 4-5. But I want to go over stats real quick, and I just want to say, Josh Johnson, folks, he came through clutch for this football team. I mean, you had Matt White, who went out with an injury during the game. He filled in very good for him, and not to mention Zach Wilson was out dealing with injuries himself, and they went to Josh Johnson. And Josh Johnson, folks, that guy played with heart. That guy he almost came back for the Jets, folks. He came back for the Jets. What a performance he had under the lights on Thursday. 27 for 41 completion attempts. And then 317 yards through the air, not to mention. And then 3 touchdowns and 1 interception, folks. 3 touchdowns, 1 interception by Josh Johnson, folks. Incredible performance. This is where you recognize real is real by a professional athlete, none other than Josh Johnson, who almost came back when he was trying to carry this team through his back, folks. He did it in great fashion, nonetheless, when the team really needed him the most. And he did it. He almost did it, folks. He almost did it. Matt White, ladies and gentlemen, he had 7 for 11 completion attempts, 95 yards through the air, and he had 1 touchdown before he went out with an injury that he suffered throughout the game. And according to Mike White, I think he should be okay. I think so. I think he'll be starting next week in week 10. Sources have been coming in that he should be okay and good to go. But again, hats off to Josh Johnson, though. I mean, he took this game was down by a bunch, folks, not to mention throughout your Thursday night. And Josh Johnson almost came through clutch, folks, for this football team. Mr. Carter, ladies and gentlemen, in the backfield for the Jets, he had 13 carries, 49 yards, no touchdowns. And T. Johnson also had 4 carries, 21 yards, and no touchdowns. So as far as this receiving side is concerned, Mr. Moore had 7 receptions, 84 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And T. Johnson also played a little bit of receiving throughout the night on Thursday. He had 2 receptions, 40 yards, and 1 touchdown. But again, folks, it was all about Carson Wentz and the Indianapolis Colts on Thursday, though. Carson Wentz, again, great performance nonetheless. The guy is off to a great start to begin a great season campaign. And he has the Colts at 4-5 already, folks. So this is awesome stuff by Carson Wentz nonetheless. He had 22 for 30 completion attempts and 272 yards through the air and 3 touchdowns and 0 interceptions, folks. So great stuff by Carson Wentz. And not to mention, folks, his stats for the overall season speaks volumes nonetheless. He has 17 touchdowns, 3 interceptions on the season. 17 touchdowns, folks, and 3 interceptions with a quarterback rating of 100.1 for Carson Wentz. So what a great start for Carson, folks. What a great start. I mean, not to mention, he leaves Philadelphia Eagles from last year, goes to Indianapolis with a new head coach, Frank Reich, and he's carrying this football team. I mean, Carson Wentz is coming back to be the Carson Wentz that we know and we used to love, coming through for this football team. And he's definitely raising he's putting the NFL on notice. Let's just say that. The way he's playing, folks. I mean, and not to mention the Philadelphia Eagles are definitely still in the driver's seat for those first round picks. If Carson Wentz plays 75%, I believe, of snaps and takes the team to the playoffs. But if they miss the playoffs, I think it has to be 95% snaps that he plays. But other than that, they're on the right track. They're on the right track right now. So, I mean, talk about a turnaround for Carson Wentz, though. Talk about a turnaround. I mean, last year, folks, in the year 2020, he had 16 touchdowns and the highest interceptions in his career. I mean, besides his rookie year, he had 16 touchdowns and 14 interceptions back in the year 2016. But then you go back to 2020, his highest interceptions to record was 15 interceptions and 16 touchdowns with a horrible quarterback rating of 72.8. But in his rookie year, he had a quarterback rating of 90.4. So look at the comparison here. But great start though. Great start for him. 17 touchdowns, 3 interceptions is nothing to hold your head down, none whatsoever. I mean, just great performance nonetheless. Great performance nonetheless. So again, congratulations to the Indianapolis Colts. They improved their record to 4-5 on the season, as the Jets fall to 2-6 nonetheless. So that's your football game from Thursday night to start off week 9 of the NFL. But yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, folks. Let's go over some NBA games with you, and then we're gonna talk UFC boxing. We're gonna go over the results and also congratulate some people that made history in the UFC boxing, folks. What a boxing match, though. Nonetheless, yesterday it was great. It was great to witness history in the making right in front of our eyes. Nonetheless, and then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about college football Week 10. A lot of upsets yesterday in college football in Week 10. Yes, we're going to go over those nonetheless. And then we're going to talk about Week 9 of the NFL. We're going to go over predictions. We're going to give you my Week 5 lock picks. Week 9 lock picks nonetheless. We're going to give you 5 of them. And we're going to go over predictions, analysis, and everything, folks, throughout the show nonetheless. But folks, we need to talk about the NBA and what transpired on Saturday of your NBA games. Nonetheless, we had some good NBA games, though. We really did. And after that, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go over with you on where each team in the NBA stands right now, and you'll be surprised where the Golden State Warriors are off to an amazing hot start, nonetheless, right now. So. Speaking of the NBA games, folks, here is some of them. So yesterday we had the Houston Rockets against the Denver Nuggets here. Denver Nuggets, they improved their record to 5-4 on the season. They beat the Houston Rockets as Houston Rockets fall to 1-8 on the season. They beat them 95-94. And ladies and gentlemen, it was all about, let's say, Nikola Jokic, who had 14 points, 14 rebounds, 2 assists, 28 points. He was the highest of them all throughout the night. He played 36 minutes of basketball. Michael Porter Jr., he had only 2 points recorded, 4 rebounds, played 7 minutes of basketball. Aaron Gordon had 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 9 points, 28 minutes played on the court. And then, ladies and gentlemen, behind Nikola Jokic, Will Barton, he played 37 minutes, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 15 points behind Nikola Jokic's highest of the night with 28. So he came second. Monte Morris, he had 9 points, ladies and gentlemen, 1 assist, 1 rebound. PJ Dozier, he had 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. Jeff Green had 8 points, 1 assist, 3 rebounds. So, and then you had Facundo Campazzo with 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. So, Nuggets beat the Rockets by 1 point, nonetheless. As far as the Rockets, the only guy that really had the highest points of them all throughout the night yesterday was Daniel Thesis. Daniel Theis, folks, the center for the Houston Rockets. He played 32 minutes of basketball. He had 5 rebounds, 18 points. And then Christian Wood, he had 17 rebounds, 2 assists, 12 points. And then Jay Sean Tate, he had 10 points, 8 rebounds, and 1 assist. Kevin Porter Jr., He had 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 6 points. And then Eric Gordon, he had 4 rebounds, ladies and gentlemen, 3 assists, 12 points. And then Kenyon Martin Jr., he had 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 11 points. So again, 95-94 was your final there between the Houston Rockets and the Denver Nuggets. All right. Okay, more to go over here, ladies and gentlemen. Jazz and the Utah Jazz and the Miami Heat. The Utah Jazz suffered their second loss of the season. Miami Heat, oh my God, Miami Heat. What can you say about the Miami Heat, folks, that we have not already said about the Miami Heat? They beat the Utah Jazz 118-115 to improve their record to 7-2 on the season. And folks, oh my God, we need to talk about the Miami Heat. Yeah, we do. I mean, what have we not talked? I mean, what have we not said about the Miami Heat that has not been already said about the Miami Heat, folks? And I just want to pinpoint this out to all the Miami Heat fans out there that, ladies and gentlemen, these are the top performers of the Miami Heat yesterday against the Utah Jazz. What a game, though. What a game nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyler Hero, he had 29 points, 3 assists. 29 points, 3 assists, folks, by Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero, he had 29 points, folks, and 3 assists and 2 rebounds. 2 rebounds by Tyler Hero, folks. And then Jimmy Butler, ladies and gentlemen, 27 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds. Yeah, by Jimmy Butler, folks. And then Kyle Lowry, he had 20 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists, folks. I think Kyle Lowry was the highest of them all, folks, throughout the night. 10 assists by Kyle Lowry, folks. That is awesome stuff. That is awesome stuff by Kyle Lowry, folks. 10 assists. 12 rebounds and 20 points. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Bam Adebayo. What has not been said by Bam Adebayo, folks? 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. Oh my God, folks! I mean, if you talk about, ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Butler 27 points combined 27 points with Kyle Lowry's 20 points. That is 47 points combined, folks, by those two guys. And then you talk about Tyler Hero. I mean, you're talking almost, close to. Oh my! Hold on. I mean, folks. So if you so 20. Okay, so combined 27-20. All right, Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry with 49 points. 47 points overall. But then you add the famous performance of Tyler Hero. That's 76 points combined by those 3 guys. By the 3 Musketeers, folks. By the 3 Musketeers. Okay, so again, we go. Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. No, excuse me. Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, and then Tyler Hero, folks. Combine those 3 guys. Let's just add Bam Adebayo to the mix as well. All right? Let's just add Bam Adebayo to the mix. 93 points combined by those 4 guys that I just mentioned, folks. Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, Kyle Lowry, and Tyler Hero, folks. 93 points combined by those 3 guys. I mean, by those 4 guys that I mentioned, folks. Jimmy Butler, 27 points, 6 assists, 3 rebounds. Bam Adebayo, 17 points, 6 assists, 6 rebounds. Kyle Lowry, 20 points, 10 assists, 12 rebounds. Tyler Hero, 29 points, 3 assists, and 2 rebounds. Folks, that is 93 points combined. 93 by those 4 by those quadruple, let's call that word, quadruple playmakers. All right, those got 4 playmakers by the Miami Heat. 93 points combined total by those 4 guys. Wow. And Utah Jazz had no answer. For the Miami Heat. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. This Miami Heat looks dangerous, folks. 93 points by four playmakers. Wow. And not to mention Kyle Lowry had the highest. 10 assists. Yeah. Says a lot. Says a lot by that organization, folks. It really does. It really does say a lot. And then as far as the Utah Jazz is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, Bojan Bogdanovic, he had 16 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. And then Royce O'Neal, he had 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. And then the highest of them all was Donovan Mitchell, folks. What a great night he had. But based off that loss, I mean, he had 37 points, 7 assists, no rebounds to show for it. And then Michael Conley, he had 3 rebounds, 7 assists, and 18 points. But the highest of them all was Donovan Mitchell, folks. And based off that loss, lost by 3 points. And nothing, I mean, almost came through, but it wasn't enough. It was not enough to slow down those 4 guys that I mentioned from the Miami Heat, putting 93 points combined, folks. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot coming from an organization. 93 points combined, and you have no answer for that team. So 7-2. 7-2 for the Miami Heat. And 7-2 for the Utah Jazz. That's where they both stand currently in the season. All right. More to go over here. All right. 76ers versus the Chicago Bulls. Ladies and gentlemen, this one I want to talk about real quick, all right? So, by the way, hats off to the 76ers. What a great season they're having. By the way, not to mention, with everything that's going on with the Philadelphia 76ers, not to mention with the Ben Simmons situation. Yeah. With the Ben Simmons situation, with, this team is just coming through. The question is, how are they coming through? How are they coming through for this basketball team? How are they coming through for this basketball team when everything's just, not to mention, they're dealing with some injuries too. They're dealing with some injuries. I mean, Danny Green, I heard he got hurt. I mean, I don't know if he was effective. I don't know if he even played. But Seth Curry has been showing up a lot lately. But if you guys recall, a couple of days ago, it was the Chicago Bulls versus the Philadelphia 76ers at Philadelphia, at the Wachovia Center. And Philadelphia won that game. At Philadelphia, folks. I don't know if anybody was in that basketball game and witnessed that game, but Philadelphia Sixers won that game. They won that game. And if I could pull up that game, I would love to pull up that game. I really would. Again, hold on, folks. Let me see here. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to pull up something here. All right, just so we're on the same page. All right, so if you guys recall, a couple days ago, go back. Go back to Wednesday, November 3rd. Okay, that was the game, and it was this past week. Wednesday, November 3rd, it was the Chicago Bulls versus the 76ers at the Wachovia Center. 76ers won that game. 103-98. 103-98. And ladies and gentlemen, who had the best night? Seth Curry. 22 points, folks. Three assists and 5 rebounds by Seth Curry on Wednesday, November 3rd. And not to mention this Chicago Bulls team, they're not that off either. I mean, they started off hot, right? They started off hot under Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, they started off hot. You know? But now, if you go back to yesterday, 76ers beat the Chicago Bulls at the United Center 114-105. Chicago Bulls fall to 6-3. 76ers go to they improved their record to 8-2. The best record in basketball right now. The best record in basketball to start off the season, folks. They're 8-2. 8-2. So now if you guys ask who had the best game here? Joel Embiid. 30 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists. And then you had Paul Reed, 10 points, 5 rebounds. And then Shake Milton, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 13 points. And then Tyrese Maxey, 10 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists. And then Seth Curry, 11 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist. And then, ladies and gentlemen, behind Joel Embiid's performance, Frukin Korkmaz. Frukin Korkmaz. 25 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist. Yeah. By Frukin Korkmaz. Incredible for the 76ers. Incredible stuff for the 76ers. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Georges Niang, he had 12 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound. As far as the Bulls are concerned, well, the highest person that had a great night was Zach LaVine. And then DeMar DeRozan. But it was not enough. DeMar DeRozan had 25 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Zach LaVine had 32 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists. And then Alonzo Ball had 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. And Nikola Vucevic, he had 11 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 assists. And Javonte Green only showed up for 2 points. So that's your ball game, folks. That's your ball game right there. And the 76ers are off to a hot start. 8-2. The best record in the NBA right now. With everything going around, the best team in the NBA right now at 8-2. Sitting at 8-2. And it is crazy stuff. It is crazy stuff nonetheless. Again, speaking of the Sixers, congratulations to Doc Rivers picking up his 100th win as a head coach. Awesome stuff nonetheless by Doc Rivers. And actually he picks up his 1000th win. I'm sorry. Again, this is an all-time leader for the regular season. So congratulations to Doc Rivers, Mr. Doc himself, picking up his 1000th win of the regular season nonetheless. So awesome stuff indeed. Awesome stuff indeed. All right. All right, let's continue here. All right, let's see. All right. Celtics versus the Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the Dallas Mavericks and Luka Doncic on that last-minute buzzer beater to beat the Boston Celtics 107 and 104 was your final as as Boston Celtics fall to 4-6 on the season, while the Dallas Mavericks improved their record to 6-3. Again, it was all about Luka Doncic. His three-point shooting, nonetheless, there. Luka Doncic, ladies and gentlemen, he had 33, the highest of them all throughout the night to show for it. So, congratulations to the Dallas Mavericks, nonetheless. Another final score to go over here: the Atlanta Hawks, they lost to the Phoenix Suns 121 to 117. And then the Los Angeles Lakers, they fall to 5-5 on the season. And the Portland Trailblazers improved their record to 5-5, beating the Los Angeles Lakers 105 to 90, your final score there. So, a lot of good stuff in basketball, nonetheless. And we got some basketball games going on today. And I'll give you my predictions to some of these games today that are happening on your Sunday edition, nonetheless. So here are some games currently at 9:06 a.m. in the morning, folks. 8 o'clock Central Time, nonetheless. By the way, speaking of time differential, hopefully everybody changed their clocks this morning. Yes. So time had to fall back, so a lot of people probably enjoyed maybe one more hour of sleep yesterday by changing those clocks. So again, just a reminder to everybody: change your clocks if you have not already changed them. Because we just had clocks go back 1 hour back yesterday. All right. So let's go back here, folks. Again, here are the NBA games that are happening today. We'll give you our predictions to some of them. Brooklyn Nets versus the Toronto Raptors, scheduled for 3:30 p.m. later on tonight. I have the Nets winning that basketball game there. Pacers versus the Sacramento Kings. Well, I like the Sacramento Kings in that one. The Pacers are just not off to their best basketball season, nonetheless. Sacramento will win that basketball game, scheduled for 6 o'clock p.m. later on tonight. The Milwaukee Bucks versus the Washington Wizards. Let's go with the defending champions here on this one. Let's hope they can improve their record. But at the same time, the Washington Wizards, they're at 6-3, so the Wizards are off to a hot start nonetheless. But if I had to go with this one, I would say the Milwaukee Bucks have a good shot to win this basketball game later on today. Scheduled for 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. The Utah Jazz versus the Orlando Magic. I go with the Jazz in that basketball game. The Jazz will rebound after losing last night to the Miami Heat. Cavaliers versus the New York Knicks. I like the New York Knicks in that one. New York Knicks will win that basketball game later on today. Scheduled for 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. San Antonio Spurs versus the Oklahoma City Thunder. I like San Antonio in that basketball game. Houston Rockets versus the Golden State Warriors. Of course, I do like the Warriors. The Warriors right now are really not, facing any really tough opponent going into this season so far. I mean, the Golden State Warriors should not be really surprised on that 7-1 record. Nonetheless, they're going to improve that record today when they beat the Houston Rockets. They're going to improve their record to 8-1. I don't think I have seen the Golden State Warriors go up against any challenging team so far yet this season. I mean, the Houston Rockets are not a challenging team nonetheless. They're still continuing where they left off from last season on a horrible season nonetheless after they traded, and they got rid of James Harden and sent him packing to the Brooklyn Nets. The Houston Rockets have never been the same, folks. Never been the same. And they continue to never be the same going into this season in 2021. So I do like Golden State. Golden State will improve their record to 8-1 this afternoon. Scheduled for 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, nonetheless. As the Houston Rockets, they will fall to 1-9, so to speak. All right. Your late game of the night. You have the Hornets versus the Clippers. I do like the Los Angeles Clippers in that basketball game there. So, again, here are your basketball games Again, Brooklyn Nets versus the Raptors, Pacers versus the Kings, Bucks versus the Wizards, Jazz versus the Magic, Cavaliers versus the Knicks, Spurs versus Thunder, Rockets versus Warriors, Hornets versus the Clippers. All that later on today on your Sunday. Enjoy those basketball games, folks. They're going to be a heck of a doozy nonetheless. And we gave you our predictions as we speak. All right. So, we are definitely running a little bit. So we're going to try to make the most of it, folks, here. Nonetheless, it's already 9 o'clock. Can you believe it? 8 o'clock Central Time, nonetheless, because we are in the Central Time here when it comes to Green Bay, Wisconsin, home of the Cheeseheads. And we're going to get a little bit later to why the Cheeseheads are the hottest topic going into your Sunday morning edition on your podcast of Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community, nonetheless. All right. So folks, let's talk UFC boxing. Yes, I mean, how many people watched boxing last night? Nonetheless, I mean, we witnessed some history, folks. We witnessed some history right before our eyes. Nonetheless, and it was truly amazing indeed. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, it was just flat out great boxing nonetheless. It was great. It was a great boxing nonetheless. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, before we even get to UFC boxing, I just want to mention a little bit more about the NBA. Again, right now, the hottest teams in the West. I'll give you my 5 hottest teams in the West so far, coming from the NBA perspective side of things. The Warriors sitting at 7-1. They are ranked number 1 in the West right now. Utah Jazz currently sitting at 7-2. The Mavericks 6-3. The Phoenix Suns at 5-3, and the Memphis Grizzlies at 5-4. Those are my top 5 for you guys in the West, in the Western Conference of the NBA. As far as the Eastern Conference of the NBA, here are my top 5 for you guys so far, going in their hottest streak going into this season. The Philadelphia Sixers, of course, 8-2 right now. They're sitting in great shape, even with everything that's going around them right now. I don't even know how the heck this basketball team is sitting at 8-2. The Miami Heat 7-2 behind them. The Chicago Bulls at 6-3. The Brooklyn Nets at 6-3. And then you got the New York Knicks at 6-3. Behind them, of course, they are at the top 6 right now. The Washington Wizards at currently at 6-3, and then you have the Cavaliers at ranked number 7 right now, sitting at 6-4, while the Toronto Raptors are also sitting at 6-4 with Scotty, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty, the rookie, the potential rookie of the year. Scotty right now is currently dealing with injury, but the Raptors right now are currently at 6-4. Nonetheless, so great, amazing stuff indeed. Great, amazing stuff indeed. Those are your but as far as the top 5 from the NBA and from the West and the Eastern portion of things, again, my Western for you from the West is again Warriors, Jazz, Mavericks, Suns, Grizzlies. From the East, it's the Sixers, the Heat, the Bulls, the Nets, and the New York Knicks. Nonetheless. All right. So those are my NBA hottest ranked going into this so far in the NBA season, nonetheless. All right, let's focus our attention to UFC boxing, folks. So, congratulations to Kamaru, folks. Kamaru, you guys know who Kamaru is, right? Oh man, what a great boxing though. What a great boxing, ladies and gentlemen. He beat Colby Covington to retain his title last night in the UFC 268 event. Congratulations to Kamaru, ladies and gentlemen, in retaining with an anonymous. I mean, he defended his welterweight title in an anonymous decision, folks. Again, in a rematch, nonetheless, at Madison Square Garden in New York City on Saturday. Congratulations to ladies and gentlemen, Kamaru Usman, again, retaining his title nonetheless in great fashion, and the guy's a tremendous boxer, tremendous boxer nonetheless, and he continues to be your welterweight champion, and be at the UFC 268 Madison Square Garden event. So congratulations to Kuzman, you're welterweight champion nonetheless. And again, ladies and gentlemen, he beat Colby Covington. What a great boxing though. What a great boxing match, nonetheless. I mean, it was a history. It was definitely a great boxing match to watch, nonetheless. With watching that, how that game truly unfolded. You watching Kamaru Usman defeating Covington VIA decision to retain his title. And then, ladies and gentlemen, another event, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention Canelo Alvarez, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget that name. Canelo Alvarez picking up a victory in 11 rounds, TKO, to unify the undisputed super middleweight world championship for the first time. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, to Canelo Alvarez last night in that boxing. That was actually, I believe that was a premier boxing match, nonetheless, by Canelo Alvarez. But as far as Kamaru, that was a UFC boxing event. But as far as Canelo Alvarez, that was a premier boxing event. And he made history, folks, last night in the UFC in the premier boxing event. In 11 rounds, TKO, beating Mr. Plant in 11 rounds, TKO. Ladies and gentlemen, first ever to unify the super middle heavyweight title world championship. Nonetheless. All right. So great stuff indeed. Great stuff indeed. All right. So so Alvarez, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it was truly a great boxing event nonetheless. All right. Let's go over some more predictions from the UFC. I mean, not predictions, results from the UFC. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, Adi Osborne defeated CJ Verriga in an anonymous decision yesterday. That was your UFC result. Also, Melisik Vander Gazarin defeated Bruno Souza in an anonymous decision. And also, Dustin Jacoby defeated John Allen yesterday, folks. VIA anonymous decision yesterday. Also, Chris Barnett defeated Jin Velavente TKO yesterday in your UFC boxing with a spinning kick yesterday. That was the anonymous decision there. And actually it went to 2 rounds. So he beat him with a spinning kick. Chris Barnett defeated Gian Bellanente, folks, TKO. Ian Gary, ladies and gentlemen, defeated Jordan Williams, VIA knockout decision, in round 1. In 1 round, folks, beat him. Nasudarian Imove defeated Edmund Shebazayan, VIA TKO. Chris Curtis defeated Phil Haas, knockout punch, in round 1. In 1 round. Bobby Green defeated Al Luquente, VAA TKO, in round 1. Alex Pereira defeated Andreas McCalendis, TKO. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this is again from the premier boxing event. Lightweight contender Alves Rodriguez delivers the first knockout of the night in 5th round. So congratulations to Elvis Rodriguez and picking up a victory there in the premier boxing event last night. All right. Justin Gaethje defeated Michael Chandler, and anonymous decision, folks. And then after a 2-year hiatus, Ray Vargas defeated Leonardo Baez, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday in the premier boxing event. Congratulations to Ray Vargas. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Shane Burgos defeated Billy Quarantillo, anonymous decision. Marlon Vera defeated Frankie Adargo VIA knockout with a front kick in round 3. All right. And then, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Rose Namajuis defeated Zhang Willie in a split decision. All right. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, those are your boxing results from last night. So awesome stuff. Awesome stuff indeed. Awesome stuff indeed. All right. So those are your boxing results. All right. All right, folks. All right. Let's talk college football, ladies and gentlemen, of Saturday, of what transpired. We had some upsets in college football in week 10, and we'd like to go over them. All right. First of all, I would like to say what happened to Michigan State Spartans. What happened to the Michigan State Spartans? I mean, you go back to the Michigan Wolverines game versus the Michigan State Spartans, and that game now has truly no meaning after Michigan State Spartans suffered their first loss of the season. I mean, now both, not to mention now, you're looking at both Michigan Wolverines at 8-1, and now you're looking at Michigan State Spartans at 8-1. Both of them are sitting at 8-1, was still figuring out who the better team in the in the Battle of the Michigans truly is now. I mean, we thought, ladies and gentlemen, seeing that game, who truly the state of which Michigan team was going to be triumphant going through the remainder of the season. But then all of a sudden yesterday, folks, we witnessed Michigan Wolverines. They picked up where they left off. They went back up here, and not to mention, they learned from their mistakes. They went back and they saw film. They studied film, and they went back up here. Michigan Wolverines went back up here, but the Michigan State Spartans, they fell under radar. So going back to that game, you thought that Michigan State Spartans were going to run away going through the rest of the season. But now you have Michigan Wolverines at 8-1 again, and you have this Michigan State Spartans at 8-1. So again, who is truly the better team still from the state of Michigan? I mean, now it's still going back to, again, who is the better team still? Because you have the Michigan Wolverines who pretty much picked up where they left off. I mean, they learned what needed to be addressed, and that offense, not to mention, they clicked. They clicked in yesterday's ball game, folks. And we're gonna go over to who they beat once I give you the scores and recaps of week 10. But yeah, Michigan Wolverines just picked up where they left off, folks. They picked up where they left off. Michigan State Spartans, I just don't know what the heck happened. How do you lose to Purdue? How do you lose to an unranked football team? I mean, raises concerns here. I mean, did they take the Purdue team lightly? Did they just sleep on them? Did they feel like, you know what? We already proved that I mean, is this coming from the Michigan State Spartans? Did they have an attitude coming into this game yesterday saying, "Oh yeah, we beat the Michigan Wolverines already. We know what type of team we are capable of. We're gonna sleep on this team, and we feel so confident that we're gonna pick up a victory against Purdue." Well, look what happened. Look what happened. You let Purdue, a team that's unranked, beat you, folks. You let a Purdue team that's unranked. I mean, we're gonna find out what the college football rankings will look like this afternoon when they get published to the public at 2:00. We're gonna see how it looks, but I mean, this gives a momentum, folks. Not to mention to the Cincinnati Bearcats. The Cincinnati Bearcats, folks, are 9-0. They're undefeated. And now this brings a little bit of, it's too much pressure on the Michigan State Spartans. You know what I mean, this is I mean, what a day in college football, folks. What a day in college football. I mean, I did address this yesterday in my sports group page, and I'm gonna pull it up, folks. I definitely want to pull it up again. Suffering their first defeat against Purdue, Cincinnati Bearcats, they continue again their undefeated streak. They're at 9-0, folks. 9-0, and it's going to be very interesting where they climb up in the college football rankings this afternoon. I mean, Michigan has not convinced me who the better team in the state of Michigan is yet. I mean, how do you lose? How do you lose to an unranked? How do you lose to an unranked football team? Hello? 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 Anybody there? All right, it's not going through. All right, so folks, I mean, go back here. How do you lose to an unranked school? I don't understand it. How do you lose to an unranked football team? I don't know. And then not to mention, ladies and gentlemen, what a football game we witnessed yesterday. What a football game yesterday, folks. You had Wake Forest against the North Carolina Tar Heels. The North Carolina Tar Heels beat Wake Forest to give them their first loss of the season. 58-55 was your final score in that football game, folks. 58-55. All right, so 58-55 was your final. 58-55. Final there. 58-55. Giving the Wake Forest their first loss of the season. And it'll be interesting where Wake Forest will be ranked this afternoon, too. I mean, lately, ladies and gentlemen, we've been seeing Wake Forest improve in the college football rankings. I believe last week's college football rankings, Wake Forest was in the top 10. Yeah, they were in the top 10, folks. So So, folks, I just want to go back and I'm going to say they were in the top 10. Wake Forest was in the top 10. So they're going to fall big time. But the question is, how significantly will they fall? How significantly will they fall? That's the question. That's the question. Hold on, folks. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, to go back again, to mention, Wake Forest was in the top 10. They were in the top 10, and it's going to be truly surprising at how significantly they drop this afternoon when the college football rankings get distributed. And we will see. We will see. And we will bring it to your attention nonetheless. Penn State, ladies and gentlemen, they picked up their 6th victory of the season against Maryland. Congratulations to them. We'll get to them in a couple minutes here. All right. So, all right. All right. So, folks, let's go over the college football rankings as we speak. So we covered the main points, okay, of college football. Michigan State Spartans, they fell. All right. So folks, again, Michigan State fell under radar. Michigan Wolverines continue to be impressive. They pick up where they left off. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Wake Forest suffered their first loss of the season. Penn State pick up their 6th victory of the season. And let's go over those college football game recaps. And ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the upsets where Michigan State Spartans, they fell on the radar. Yeah. So let's talk about that. Ladies and gentlemen, so the person that has been trying to get on the show here, he's been calling us. Again, he's been having single issues, and we've been trying to talk to him and interacting with him via text. Again, we appreciate everybody that would like to be on the air, and we're doing the best on our part to get you guys on the air. Again, he would like to shout out happy birthday to Jeff Strong. Thank you, buddy, for tuning in. We appreciate it nonetheless. Happy birthday to you. So big shout out to him nonetheless. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. Let's go through. Okay, so here are the week 10 college football results from Saturday, November 6th, 2021. Army versus Air Force, ladies and gentlemen. Overtime game right there. 21-14 was your final. In the INDEP standings, as Army improves their record to 5-3, 1-0 in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as Air Force is concerned, they fall to 6-3 on the season, 3-2 in the conference in the MWC standings. So 6-3 overall in the MWC standings, and 3-2 in the conference. Again, as far as Army is concerned, they improved their record to 5-3, 1-0 in the conference, and that was your ball game there. 21-14 was your final, nonetheless. Army versus Air Force, folks. All right. So that was your college football game from there on Saturday November 6th, ladies and gentlemen, 2021. So Army versus Air Force, 21-14 final. All right. So again, shout out to Jessica Strong, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Jeff Strong. Happy birthday to Jeff, ladies and gentlemen, nonetheless. All right. We appreciate it. And ladies and gentlemen, coming from Baltimore, Maryland, nonetheless, we appreciate you guys very much for interacting and tuning in to our podcast on your Sunday. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, Week 10 college football recap. Again, final score between Army and Air Force, 21-14 was your final there. Ohio State Buckeyes and Nebraska. Ladies and gentlemen, Ohio State continues to be so impressive this season. It is tremendous. Ohio State Buckeyes, they improved their record to 8-1, 6-0 in the conference, ladies and gentlemen. While Nebraska, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to in the Big Ten standings. They fall to 3-7, 1-6 in the conference. Final score 26-17. Ohio State Buckeyes continue to pick up where they left off after beating Penn State last week. So it'll be interesting where they'll be. If they move up in the college football rankings or not. Last week, I believe they stood where they were at. Ohio State Buckeyes. They stayed in the college football standings. They did not move a muscle. They stayed right where they were. They did not move at all. So it'll be interesting if they move today. Not to mention with the Michigan State Spartans losing, it'll be interesting where they move up this afternoon in the college football rankings. So we'll see where Ohio State moves, and not to mention where the Michigan State Spartans will fall. And will they fall significantly is the question too. After suffering their first defeat, how do you lose to an unranked school football team again? I don't get it. And we're gonna go over that game in a couple of minutes here, but I don't get it. I really don't. All right. Again, congratulations to the Ohio State Buckeyes. 26-17 was your final. All right. We're trying to make the most out of this 4-hour show, folks. We really are. So thank you again for all bearing with us and joining us on your Sunday nonetheless. Kansas State at Kansas, 35-10 was your final there. Kansas, I believe, in the Big 12 standings, improved their record to 6-3, 3-3 in the conference. While, ladies and gentlemen, KU, well, they're 1-8. They're 1-8 on the season, 0-6 in the conference nonetheless. All right. Southern Methodist at Memphis. SMU against Memphis. Southern Methodist, I believe they're going to be falling in the college football rankings this afternoon. Memphis, they beat them 28-25, your final there. As far as SMU is concerned, I believe, let's see here. If we could pull up SMU. Okay, here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, SMU, yeah, so they fall, ladies and gentlemen, to 7-2. That's their, I think, second loss of the season. And then Memphis Tigers, they improved their record to 5-4. So, congratulations to the Memphis As far as the Mustangs are concerned, I think they might be falling in the college football rankings, suffering their second loss of the season. All right. All right, folks. All right. So yeah. Let's see. So SMU, ladies and gentlemen, will fall in the college football rankings. They definitely will. All right. So final there, 28-25. All right. Louisiana Tech at UAB. UAB beat Louisiana Tech 52-38. Your final there, as the UAB Blazers, they improved their record to 6-3, 4-1 in the conference. While, ladies and gentlemen, LT in the CUSA standings, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to, I believe, I could pull up, 2-7, 1-4. So 1-4. All right. So, final score 52-38. Your final there. Missouri at Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia Bulldogs, ladies and gentlemen, they are proven definitely the number one spot in the college football rankings. Nonetheless, they dominated Missouri 43-6 yesterday in the SEC standings, as they improved their record to 9-0 on the season, 7-0 in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, while Missouri are 4-5, 1-4 in the conference. So congratulations to the Georgia Bulldogs, as they are definitely putting college football on notice throughout these past couple weeks. And they have proven ever since Alabama Crimson Tide were number one to start off in the college football rankings, Georgia has been definitely putting college football on tremendous notice, great fashion nonetheless. And speaking of Georgia Bulldogs, folks, somebody made a triumphant return yesterday from the Georgia Bulldogs standpoint, and I would like to pull that up and shout out to, ladies and gentlemen, from the Georgia Bulldogs yesterday in week 10 of college football. Again, they proved their record to 9-0, but I want to give you stats, ladies and gentlemen, from the Georgia's perspective. JT Daniels, ladies and gentlemen, made his triumphant return. In as far as the Georgia Bulldogs is concerned, let me see if I could. So let's see. I think it is JT Daniels. I believe it's JT Daniels that made his triumphant return. I want to double check to see if I am right here or am I delusional. Hopefully, I'm not delusional, but yeah, JT Daniels, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am right. He made his triumphant return yesterday. So awesome stuff nonetheless. So he made So it was Georgia. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, so it was JT Daniels, folks. JT Daniels made a triumphant return yesterday against the Missouri Tigers. By the way, Missouri Tigers fall to 4-5 on the season, while the Georgia Bulldogs improved to 9-0 again. Awesome stuff nonetheless. Hold on, folks. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, yes, JT Daniels made his return. 7 for 11 completion attempts, 82 yards, 1 touchdown. He did have 1 interception in his return. But then, ladies and gentlemen, Stetson Bennett took over in that football game yesterday. He had 13 for 19 completion attempts, 255 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions in that football game yesterday for Stetson Bennett, folks. Yeah, for Stetson Bennett, and tremendous stuff nonetheless. So 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 255 yards through the air, 13 for 19 completion attempts. And then JT Daniels, ladies and gentlemen, who made his triumphant return against the Missouri Tigers. He had 82 yards, 7 for 11 completion attempts, 82 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Oh, all right. Hold on a sec. Okay. All right. So again, all right. So sorry about that, folks. We're talking to Jeff Strong on the other line here. As I'm interacting with all of you folks. So we're multitasking this morning. All right. So again, folks, JT Daniels made his triumphant return and against the Missouri Tigers, and beat Georgia Bulldogs prevail. They improved their record to 9-0 as we speak. As the Missouri Tigers, they fall to 4-5 on the season. All right. So awesome stuff. Again, JT Daniels, on his triumphant return, he had 7 for 11 completion attempts, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 82 yards through the air. As far as Stetson Bennett, he had 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. James Cook in the backfield had 1 touchdown, 41 yards, 9 carries. And Zamir White, he had 9 carries, 14 yards, and 1 touchdown. All right, so awesome stuff nonetheless. Awesome stuff. And as far as Missouri Tigers are concerned, Brady Cook had an awful day yesterday. 14 for 19 completion attempts, 78 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. And then Tyler Macon, 6 for 13 completion attempts, 74 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks. So awesome stuff right there for the Georgia Bulldogs nonetheless. All right. So they improved their record to 9-0 on the season. All right. Liberty at Mississippi, folks. Mississippi prevailed 27-14. Your final in that matchup. Pittsburgh Panthers at Duke Blue Devils. Yeah, the Blue Devils there. Duke, ladies and gentlemen, they lost to the Pittsburgh Panthers 54-29. As Duke fall to 3-6, 0-5 in the conference. As far as Pittsburgh is concerned in the ACC standings, they improved to 7-2, 4-1 in the conference. So congratulations to the Pittsburgh Panthers as they prevailed in great fashion against the Duke Blue Devils. And speaking of the Duke Blue Devils, I can't speak this morning. There is some history I would like to share with everybody as far as the Duke Blue Devils are concerned. And this was brought to my attention yesterday. I would like to pull it up to people. So yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Chris Douglas, folks, from the Duke Blue Devils. He is the 5th Blue Devil in school history to reach 1,000 rushing yards in a single season, folks. 1,000 rushing yards in a single season. Congratulations to, ladies and gentlemen, again, to Chris. Yeah, to Chris Douglas. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? 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 Hello, hello? 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 I can't believe connection's not working. All right. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, Duke Blue Devils, yeah. So they fall to, I believe, 3-6 on the season, 0-5 in the conference. All right. So that was your final score there. 54-29 Pittsburgh Panthers as they improved their record to 7-2 on the season, 4-1 in the conference. All right. Wake Forest at North Carolina. So this game, ladies and gentlemen, what a football game this was. Nonetheless, 58-55 was your final score. The North Carolina Tar Heels beat Wake Forest to give Wake Forest their first loss of the season. And not to mention, folks, this one was the upset of the day in college football. That was the upset of the day in college football, folks, for between Wake Forest and the North Carolina Tar Heels. So again, if we go back and recap that football game for you folks, this is how it transpired. Basically, in the ACC standings, Wake Forest, again, they suffered their first loss of the season. How's it going to impact the college football rankings? We'll see later on this afternoon. They fall to 8-1, 5-1 in the conference, ladies and gentlemen, while as far as the North Carolina Tar Heels, they're 5-4. 4-3 in the conference nonetheless. So that's pretty much your result of that football game there. Again, if we could pull up some more information on how that game transpired, of course we will do that for you because that's what we're all about. So to go back to that Wake Forest, again, Wake Forest, they were on a tremendous run, not to mention going into this season, and Tar Heels really gave it to them. I mean, it was a high-scoring game. It was a high-scoring game, not to mention, folks. So 58-55 was your final. As far as stats are concerned, here, ladies and gentlemen, for the North Carolina Tar Heels, Sam Howell, folks. Give a big shout out to Sam Howell. 16 for 26 completion attempts, 216 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Ty Chandler, folks, the guy in the backfield for the Carolina Tar Heels. He had 4 touchdowns, 22 carries, 213 yards, 4 touchdowns, folks. What a day. Have a day for Ty Chandler, folks. And ladies and gentlemen, Ty Chandler, I think, also is runner-up for the Heisman. He could be running for Heisman, but the guy just put on an amazing performance nonetheless with 4 touchdowns. And then Sam Howell, he used his legs to good use in that football game. He put up 2 touchdowns. He had 21 carries and 104 yards, I believe. So also shout out to Jeremy Strong, his brother, folks. So again, shout out to all the Strong family nonetheless. All right. So, folks, again, Sam Howell, he had 21 carries, 104 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ty Chandler, 4 touchdowns, best of the day for Ty Chandler, 213 yards rushing and 22 carries. And then on the receiving side, Antonio Green, he had 1 touchdown, 83 yards and 6 receptions. So great stuff from the receiving side of Antonio Green, nonetheless. So Awesome stuff by the Carolina Tar Heels. They gave a run for the money for the Wake Forest football team. It was just a great football team in general to watch. What just coming from the two best school nations in school history. But again, Wake Forest, they gave it all they had. I mean, if you go over the stats, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Hartman, I mean, he had 5 overall touchdowns throughout that game, folks, for Wake Forest. 398 yards posted through the air. And 25 for 51 completion attempts. And he had 2 interceptions, folks. So 2 interceptions. It was basically, ladies and gentlemen, the 2 turnovers really hurt them in this game. Yeah. If it wasn't for those turnovers, Wake Forest would have pulled out an ultimate victory in this football game. And turnovers is all about. It's what it's all about, folks. The key to football game is to protecting the ball. You have to protect the ball. If you don't protect the ball, then you're not going to have a great day. I mean, you stuck through it. You stuck through it through thick and thin, but you just came up short nonetheless. Justice Ellison, he had 81 yards rushing, 13 carries, no touchdowns posted. Sam Hartman, ladies and gentlemen, he had 2 touchdowns, 78 yards, 12 carries. And then on the receiving side, A.T. Perry, he had 2 touchdowns, 6 receptions, 129 yards. And then Jaquel Robertson, ladies and gentlemen, 7 carries, 111 yards, 2 touchdowns. And then Taylor Morin had 1 touchdown, 2 receptions, 66 yards nonetheless. So that was your ball game, folks. There, as Wake Forest suffered their first loss of the season to fall 8-1. And the Tar Heels, ladies and gentlemen, not to mention, they improved their record to 5-4 on the season. So, what a great football game, though. What a great football game. But not to mention, it was definitely an upset in people's eyes. It was an upset in people's eyes, nonetheless. It was an upset in people's eyes, folks. All right. Let's continue here. Recapping all the college football games, folks. All right. We are close to 10 o'clock. We should get to NFL here shortly. So let's continue. All right. Illinois at Minnesota, ladies and gentlemen. Illinois, the Fighting Illinois, they just continue to be impressive as they improve their record to let's see, 4-6, 3-4 in the Big Ten. While Minnesota, ladies and gentlemen, well, they suffered their 3rd loss of the season, 4-2 in the conference, 14-6, Fighting Illinois, your final there. All right. Georgia Tech out Miami Hurricanes. Georgia Tech, man, what a game. What a game, by the way, by the Hurricanes and Georgia Tech. Hurricanes, ladies and gentlemen, they beat them by 3 points. Final score there. Miami Hurricanes, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 5-4 in the ACC standings, while they're 3-2 in the conference. As far as Georgia Tech is concerned, well, they fall to 3-6 in the ACC standings. And they're 2-5 in the conference. All right. So let's see here. Okay, so final 33-30. Appalachian State at Arkansas State. Appalachian prevailed 48-14. Your final there. Okay, so 48-14, your final. Appalachian, they improved their record to 7-2, 4-1. While Arkansas State, ladies and gentlemen, they fall in the standings, in the S-Belt standings, 1-8. And they still have yet to pick up a victory in the conference as they fall to 0-5. All right, not good showing. Temple at East Carolina. East Carolina, ladies and gentlemen, 45-3. The Temple Owls had nothing to show for it except for 3 points in the 4th quarter. East Carolina prevailed 45-3, your final. All right. UL Monroe at Texas State. Texas State prevailed 27-19, your final there. All right. So that's their final ball game there. Hold on, folks. Bear with me here. All right. So again, folks, sorry about that, by the way. So I was recapping, I believe, Texas State. Yeah, so Texas State, they beat UL Monroe 27-19, your final. Your final there. All right. California, Arizona. Short. That was actually a slow scoring game there. Arizona prevailed 10-3, your final in that matchup. I believe Arizona in the Pac-12 standings, they improved to 1-8. Well, they picked up their first victory of the season. How fortunate. 1-5 in the conference, and then California. California, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to 3-6, 2-5 in the conference. All right. So again, so Arizona, ladies and gentlemen, they pick up their first victory. California lost 3-6. I mean, yeah, the 10-3 your final. California falls to 3-6 on the season in the Pac-12, 2-4 the conference. While Arizona, well, they pick up their first win in the conference at 1-5 and 1-8 for the season. All right, so that was your final there, 10-3 your ball game. North Texas at Southern Miss. North Texas prevailed 38-14, your final. Middle Tennessee at Western Kentucky, 48-21. Western Kentucky prevailed, your final in that football game there. Okay, so congratulations nonetheless to Western Kentucky, 48-21, your final. Beating Middle Tennessee, of course. And I think Western Kentucky, they improved their record to, in the CUSA standings, to 5-4. Yeah. 4-1 in the conference, while, ladies and gentlemen, Middle Tennessee, they fall to 4-5, 2-3 in the conference. All right. Auburn Tigers at Texas A&M. Texas A&M, they prevail 20-3, your final there. As the Auburn Tigers, ladies and gentlemen, in the SEC standings, they fall to 6-3. That's their third loss of the season. 3-2 in the conference, while Texas A&M, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 7-2. 7 wins on the season, 4-2 in the conference. All right. So awesome stuff. Rice at Charlotte. Charlotte beat Rice 31-24 in overtime. Awesome game there nonetheless. Charlotte prevailed in the USA standings, actually in the CUSA standings. 5-4, 3-2 in the conference. While Rice, ladies and gentlemen, well, they fall to 3-6, 2-3 in the conference. So congratulations to the Charlotte 49ers, nonetheless. Idaho State at BYU. BYU, shout out victory there, 59-14, their final. Colorado State at Wyoming. Wyoming prevailed 31-17, their final in that football game. South Alabama at Troy. Troy beat South Alabama 31-24. Navy at Notre Dame. Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They beat Navy 34-6. Your final there. We'll see where they will improve in the college football rankings this afternoon. In the INDEP standings, they are 8-1. Great season for the for Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They are still 0-0 in the conference, but as far as Navy's concerned, though, in the AAC, in the AAC standings, let's see here where they currently stand right now. So let's see. So yesterday, hold up. Okay. So again, with the victory against Navy, they improved to 8-1. As far as Navy midshipmen's concerned, they fall to 2-7 on the season. 34-6 was your final. All right, so 34-6 your final there, folks. Kia, good morning. Welcome to the show. Thank you for tuning in. All right. So yeah, final score, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Fighting Irish, they improved their record to 8-1. As far as Navy midshipmen folks, they fall to 2-7 on the season. All right. So great stuff indeed there. Let's continue. Where are we at here? All right. So we'll see where Notre Dame Fighting Irish will improve in the college football rankings this afternoon once they get distributed. So we'll see where they definitely will stand once it gets published out there to the whole public this afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern time. I guess when it will be published. All right. Baylor, ladies and gentlemen, at Texas Christian. Texas Christian prevailed by 2 points. TCU 30-28 against Baylor. Baylor they were ranked number 12, I think, going into the college football rankings. So we'll see where they will fall this afternoon, nonetheless. So we'll see how it will impact their college football rankings once it gets distributed this afternoon. Okay. All right, so let me see here. Bear with me here, folks. All right. So basically, just to recap again, folks, your final in against TCU and Baylor, 30-28, your final there. All right. Oklahoma State Cowboys at West Virginia. Oklahoma State Cowboys prevailed, 24-3, your final. All right. Oklahoma State Cowboys, by the way, are undefeated. I believe in the Big 12 standings. No, they're 8-1. I'm sorry. Oklahoma State is 8-1 behind the Oklahoma Sooners, who the Oklahoma Sooners actually have a bye this weekend. But Oklahoma State Cowboys, though, they improved their record to 8-1. They're 5-1 in the conference. As far as West Virginia is concerned, they fall to 4-5, and they're 2-4 in the conference. But 24-3 was your final in that football game. All right. Tulsa, Cincinnati Bearcats. Again, congratulations to the Bearcats. They were ranked number 6, ladies and gentlemen, in that college football game yesterday. It'll be interesting where they will land this afternoon. I won't be surprised if they land number 3 or number 4 in the spot in the college football rankings. But they are 9-0, folks. They are 9-0, the Cincinnati Bearcats, folks. Cincinnati Bearcats are just off to a hot start. Even though you know they come through when it matters the most, they still try to find victory nonetheless. They try to find victory where it matters the most for the Cincinnati Bearcats. And they beat Tulsa, ladies and gentlemen, Golden Hurricanes, 28-20, ladies and gentlemen, to improve to 9-0, while Tulsa Golden Hurricanes, they fall to 3-6. And I want to pull up their stats here real quick. Cincinnati Bearcats, Desmond Ridder, ladies and gentlemen, had an amazing day yesterday. 2 touchdowns. He had 1 interception, 274 yards through the air, 15 for 23 completion attempts. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Jerome Ford, as far as rushing is concerned, through the backfield position, 24 yards, 7 carries, 1 touchdown. Ryan Montgomery had 36 yards, 6 carries, no touchdowns to show for it. And then on the receiving core side of things, Alec Pierce had 1 touchdown, 113 yards, 5 receptions. And then Michael Young, 1 touchdown, 48 yards, 2 receptions. So that was kind of your ball game there for the Cincinnati Bearcats, folks. And I mean, the team is not, I'm not really convinced that this team is, right where they need to be as a true contender once the college playoff comes. I mean, they still give me a question mark. Are they that good of a team? When are they the question is, when are they gonna suffer their first loss? I mean, if you look at their next couple games here, let's talk about the next couple games for the Cincinnati Bearcats. So they have games coming up next week against South Florida on November 12th at 6 p.m. And then they play the Mustangs. So, by the way, South Florida is unranked in college football. So that should be an easy game for the Cincinnati Bearcats. So the question now looms, can the Cincinnati Bearcats go undefeated? That's the question. I think with these remaining games left, I think they can. I think they can, folks. I think they can. I just don't. I don't see them even losing one game one bit. I mean, they got South Florida, and then they got the SMU Mustangs on November 20th. And then they play East Carolina, November 26th. Their last game is against East Carolina, folks. So they play East Carolina at the on November 26th. So those are the 3 remaining games: South Florida, Cincinnati, and then that's East Carolina, folks. So we will see. We'll see. Where they're going to be suffering their first loss. I mean, not to mention, folks, the only team out of that schedule that is really kind of in the college football rankings right now is the SMU Mustangs. I mean, they lost. They lost, though. They suffered their second loss. They suffered their second loss yesterday at the hands of Memphis. So we'll see where they rank today. But as far as Cincinnati Bearcats, though, I mean, that's the only college football team that is definitely in the school rankings in the top 25, though. But we'll see. We'll see where we'll see how things turn out. But I mean, will the Mustangs fall under the college football rankings this afternoon? Maybe just because they lost to Memphis. We'll see how things turn out for the SMU Mustangs. But that's the only college football team that's in the in the top 25 school rankings right now is the SMU Mustangs. But the remaining teams are South Florida, the Mustangs, and the East Carolina team. That's it. So I don't know. I mean, the Bearcats just give me a question mark. They really do. They really do. I mean, I don't know how they're undefeated. I mean, should I be surprised that they're undefeated? That they've been, they're up to this point at 9-0, where they still have not suffered their loss yet, and not to mention, we'll just put a lot of pressure on the Michigan Wolverines and the Michigan State Spartans team. You still have a lot of undefeated teams on that schedule. I mean, on that team. I mean, on the college football rankings. The Bearcats are undefeated. The Oklahoma Sooners are undefeated. Yes, don't forget about the Oklahoma Sooners, people. And not to mention, Georgia Bulldogs are undefeated. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens though. But it'll be very interesting. I mean, it'll be very interesting though. But yeah, Cincinnati Bearcats pick up the victory, folks. 28-20 your final. Penn State, they picked up the 6th victory. This is the one I was talking about. 31-14 against Maryland in the Big Ten standings, folks. As Penn State, again, they proved their record is 6-3, 3-3 in the conference. As far as Maryland is concerned, well, they fall to 5-4 in the Big Ten, 2-4 in the conference. So, speaking of this Penn State Maryland game, let's give you the stats of what really transpired in this football game. I mean, a lot of people are wondering, did Sean Clifford have a great game yesterday against Maryland? And here are the stats: 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 363 yards through the air, 27 for 47 completion attempts. And then you had Jahan Dotson in receiving wise, 11 receptions, 242 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns. And then, ladies and gentlemen, nobody on the backfield was really a big effective that much throughout your Saturday. Kayvon Lee, 8 carries, 50 yards, 0 touchdowns. Noah Kane, ladies and gentlemen, he had 10 carries, 35 yards through rushing. So, not much by Penn State in the rushing backfield position, but the receiving side definitely showed up where they definitely needed them the most. And they came through. They came through. I mean, only Jahan Dotson really had a good game yesterday for Penn State. And again, I saw again for Maryland. Well, Tualoa Tagovailoa, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 41 for 57 completion attempts. He had 371 yards through the air. Reese Udinsky, well, he wasn't very effective much. He came in and filled in for Tualoa Tagovailoa. And that's actually the brother of the Miami Dolphins' current quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa. But this is Tala Tagovailoa here for the Maryland Terrapins. So those are the Tagovailoa brothers there for you. As far as the backfield is considered for the Maryland Terrapins, well, Shaylin Famatu, he had 11 carries, 38 yards, 1 touchdown. And not much there. 31-14 final as the Penn State Nittany Lions, they improved their record to 6-3, while the Maryland Terrapins, well, they fall to 5-4 on the season, nonetheless. So that was your football game there. Congratulations to the Penn State Nittany Lions, nonetheless, picking up their 6th victory after suffering. Not to mention for the Penn State, they suffered 3 losses, folks. I mean, if you go back to the last 3 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. Before the bye week, they lost. After the bye week, they lost, ladies and gentlemen. And then last week they lost. So, excuse me. Not. I mean, the Penn State finally needed this win, folks. They definitely did. I mean, if you go back again, you don't want to go back to their previous 3 games that they lost. They lost at Iowa Hawkeyes 23-20 on October 9th. And then they lost to the Fighting Illinois again in a first time in FBS history in college football, 9 overtime games where they couldn't take out the Fighting Illinois from the picture. Fighting Illinois beat them 20-18 in that football game on October 23rd. And then last week, they lost to Ohio State Buckeyes 33-24. So this was definitely a must win for the Penn State Nittany Lions. Now, the question is, where will they move up significantly in the college football rankings? I mean, it's not good for Penn State. I mean, they're ranked number 22 right now. So the question is, where will they move? Will they move up? We will definitely truly see this afternoon where they're currently going to stand. That's the ultimate question now, going into college football rankings next week, ladies and gentlemen. As far as Penn State is concerned, they will be facing the Michigan Wolverines. Look at this! Look at this football game. Michigan Wolverines versus Penn State Nittany Lions next week, huh? 12 o'clock p.m. on November 13th. So that'll be very interesting to watch nonetheless. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see how that turn of events, turn out. Not to mention, folks, I'm going to be honest with you. Penn State definitely need that win next week, too, against Michigan. They definitely do. But Penn State is definitely going through some rough teams throughout this stretch of the season. And, I mean, what do the remaining games look like? Not to mention, here are the remaining games. Next week, they play Michigan Wolverines, ladies and gentlemen. And then after that, they play Rutgers on November 20th. And then they play the Michigan State Spartans, the last game of the regular season in college football, on November 27th. So that's basically it, folks, right there. I mean, that's their remaining schedule. For the Penn State Nittany Lions, they play Michigan Wolverines November 13th. November 20th, they play the Rutgers, and then they play Michigan State Spartans on November 27th. November 27th. So that's Penn State's remaining games, folks. That's Penn State remaining games. So we'll see how it will truly unfold, nonetheless, for Penn State moving forward here. There's 3 games. Can you believe college football is almost done, though? November 27th is the last regular season of college football, folks. Is the last regular season of college football. Yeah. So folks, that's pretty much your final score there, 31-14. Michigan State at Purdue. Oh boy. So, well, again, folks, this was the upset of all upsets. Michigan State Spartans. The question is now, where will they fall in the college football rankings this afternoon? We'll definitely truly see. Again, this was the upset of all upsets in my eyes. Again, Michigan State Spartans, folks, in the Big Ten, they fall to 8-1 on the season. Not to mention now they are behind the Michigan Wolverines at 8-1, and they're behind the Ohio State Buckeyes at 8-1. So you got 3 teams looking in right now. Ohio State Buckeyes, you got Michigan State Wolverines, and you got the Michigan State Spartans all looking in right now, sitting at 8-1. Not to mention the only undefeated team in the Big Ten standings right now is the Ohio State Buckeyes, sitting at 6-0, while the Michigan State Wolverines and the Michigan State Spartans are sitting at 5-1. Final score, Purdue, who are unranked, 40-29, their final there, ladies and gentlemen. And as far as Purdue is concerned in the Big Ten standings, well, they improved their record to 6-3, 4-2 in the conference. So, yeah, crazy stuff nonetheless. I mean, this was one of the shocking games in my point of view. In my point of view, this was one of the shocking games to see Michigan State Spartans just fall flat out after coming off a game against the Michigan Wolverines. Not to mention, they just fell, and the reason they fell here, because I mean, as far as stat wise is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, Payton Thorne, he had one interception in that football game, folks. Payton Thorne had one touchdown. He had one interception, 2 touchdowns, 276 yards through the air, 20 for 30 completion attempts. And then Kenneth Walker, he had 23 carries, 146 yards, and 1 touchdown, folks. After coming off, ladies and gentlemen, folks, a tremendous day against the Michigan Wolverines where he had 5 touchdowns, folks. He did not post enough to carry his football team here against the Purdue Boilermakers. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Simmons, not a very effective in the backfield. He had only 1 carry, 2 yards. And ladies and gentlemen, Payton Thorne, he used his legs very effectively throughout the ball game. He had 8 carries, 37 yards rushing, and 1 touchdown. And then on the receiving side of things, Michigan State, the only person that really showed up for Michigan State Spartans was Trey Mosley, who had 2 touchdowns, 3 receptions, and 44 yards. That's it throughout the whole day. And then Connor Hayward, 52 yards, 3 receptions. And then Jaden Reed, 4 receptions, 73 yards. So, not much to really talk about. I mean, the defense struggled. Had no answer for the Purdue football team, and it was just not a good showing for Michigan State Spartans, folks. It was not a good showing at all. Nonetheless, I mean, they tried to do everything, and they fell through. They fell through. All right. Let's continue. Okay, so that's your football game, 40-29, your final. Wisconsin at Rutgers. Wisconsin prevailed, ladies and gentlemen. The Wisconsin Badgers here, 52-3, your final, as Wisconsin improved to 6-3, 4-2 in the conference, while Rutgers, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to 4-5, 1-5 in the conference. All right. Rhode Island at Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen. Rhode Island prevailed 35-22, your final there. Tulane at Central Florida. Central Florida prevailed against Tulane Green Waves. Central Florida prevailed 14-10, your final. All right. Utah State at New Mexico State. Ladies and gentlemen, Utah State prevailed 35-13, your final. Mississippi State at Arkansas. Arkansas prevailed 31-28, your final. North Carolina State at Florida State. North Carolina State prevailed 28-14, your final. As ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, the Florida State Seminoles just continued to fall. Pretty much 3-6 on the season, 2-4 in the conference. And as far as North Carolina State, this was actually a ACC standing conference showdown here between North Carolina State and Florida State. As North Carolina State, they improved their record to 7-2 and 4-1 in the conference, nonetheless. All right. So that was your final score there. Marshall at Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic lost to Marshall 28-13, their final. Coastal Carolina at Georgia Southern. Coastal Carolina beat Georgia Southern 28-8, your final. The Iowa Hawkeyes against Northwestern. they prevailed against Northwestern 17-12. As Ohio Hawkeyes, well, they improved their record in the standings to, I believe, let's see, in the Big Ten standings, they improved their record to 7-2, 4-2 in the conference, while Northwestern, well, they fall to 3-6, 1-5 in their conference, nonetheless. Oregon State at Colorado, an overtime, 37-34, your final. Tennessee at Kentucky. Tennessee prevailed 45-42 against Kentucky, your final there. Old Dominion at Florida International. Old Dominion prevailed 47-24, your final score there. UNLV at New Mexico. UNLV beat New Mexico 31-17, your final. Boise State at Fresno State. Boise State prevailed 40-14, your final. Louisiana State at Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama Crimson Tide beat the LSU Tigers 20-14, your final there. As Alabama Crimson Tide, not to mention, well, they improved their record to 8-1. They're 5-1 in the conference in the SEC standings. As far as the LSU Tigers are concerned, well, they fall to, I believe, 4-5, and they're 2-4 in the SEC standings. So 20-14, not a high scoring game. It was a low scoring affair here. By 6 points, they Alabama Crimson Tide beat them. So 20-14, their final in that matchup. Florida, South Carolina, 40-17, their final. Clemson at Louisville. Clemson, they continue to win and they continue to get where they need to be to try to move up, try to get back in the college football rankings picture. They beat, again, Louisville 30-24 by 6 points. Clemson improves their record to 6-3, 5-2 in the conference. As far as Louisville, they're 4-5, 2-4 in the conference to start off the season. Well, just going midway through the season, nonetheless. Indiana at Michigan Wolverines. Michigan Wolverines, they improved their record to 8-1. They beat Indiana 29-7. And we'll see where the Michigan Wolverines will stand in the college football rankings this afternoon as well. Oregon Ducks at Washington. Oregon Ducks prevailed 26-16 by 10 points. Your final there. And speaking of the Oregon Ducks, well, they're making noise as well as they improved their record to 8-1, 5-1 in the Pac-12 standings. And as far as Washington is concerned, well, Washington, ladies and gentlemen, they're 4-5 in the Pac-12, and they're 3-3 in the conference. All right. Texas at Iowa State. Iowa State prevailed 30-7, your final. Houston at South Florida. Houston prevailed 54-42, your final score there. San Jose State at Nevada. Nevada prevailed 27-24, your final. Texas San Antonio at Texas El Paso, 44-23, your final score there. Southern California at Arizona State. Arizona State prevailed 31-16. And final game of the night on your Saturday night, ladies and gentlemen, Hawaii, they lost to San Diego State. Ladies and gentlemen, 17-10, your final. And as far as the MWC standings for San Diego, well, they improved their record to 8-1. They're 4-1 in the conference. As far as Hawaii is concerned, well, they're 1-4 in the conference, and they're 4-6 as well. So congratulations to San Diego State as they improved their record to 8-1. And they're ranked, I believe, 24 in college football rankings. So we'll see if that will boost them up a little bit this afternoon once the college football rankings get distributed out at 2:00 p.m. Eastern. All right. (10:34 a.m.) Thank you guys for joining us on this Sunday morning. Your podcast, your news, your local community, worldwide sport updates. Glad for everybody to be interacting with us on this Sunday and joining us. You guys are a great audience. Much appreciated from the bottom of our hearts. To anybody that has has any feedback, all right, whether it's negative or positive, and if you want to share it, email my sports marketer, WorldWideSportUpdates at gmail.com. All right, that's WorldWideSportUpdates at gmail.com. All right. If anybody wants to reach out and leave their comments or concerns, any feedback, I mean, it's much appreciated. But at the same time, some people are gonna have some negatives and some people are gonna have positives. And again, ladies and gentlemen, not to be rude or anything, and we try to get people on air. People wanted to be on air, but some people had bad single reception. We couldn't get them on air. We did the best we can. We even called the person, but we did give him a birthday shout out. So again, happy birthday to him. Hopefully he has a great day today. Nonetheless, and that goes out to the Strong family. Hopefully he enjoys his productive day along with his wife and his brother and everybody else. So, but again, if you want to leave any feedback, like you mentioned, it's WorldWideSportUpdates at gmail.com. All right. I mean, whatever feedback you may have, we're glad to hear it. All right. I mean, again, I'm sorry, but we tried to do the best we can, to interact with you. A lot of you folks. It's only a 4-hour show, and we are also committed and dedicated to delivering the information that needs to be delivered out to sports fans before kickoff. Not to mention NFL Sundays here. So we need to do our part, and that's what we're all about. Worldwide Sport Updates, to give you what needs to be delivered, okay? Because we are dedicated. We do our research. We strive for excellence. And we do this all for you folks, all right? We take the time out of our day to be glued on our computer, to our computer sets, to do research, to do what we love and what we do best, to deliver sports and accurate information to you guys, folks. And that's coming from us, from the bottom of our hearts. This is what Worldwide Sport Updates is all about. All right? I mean, we are not perfect. We are not perfect. All right? We try to do the best we can. We are committed. We are dedicated. We love to do because we're passionate about loving to do what we do best. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have a YouTube channel, folks. Like and subscribe. If you cannot tune into a live session, the YouTube channel is there to subscribe and view our videos when they're published. Also, check out our Twitter page. Check out our Facebook page. Check out our Instagram. Check out our TikTok page. Nonetheless, folks, subscribe, like, share, and appreciate Worldwide Sport Updates as we deliver news to you each and every day on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Also, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the new schedule, we have a new schedule now. All right. And with the reason yesterday being with the system malfunctioning, we did not have a live session yesterday because we had technical difficulties with system. All right. System upgrades, system issues, all that. And we totally forgot it was daylight savings time. So it did impact our live streaming yesterday. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, for the holiday season, from now until January, we have a new holiday schedule. Fridays, the only recorded podcasts will be published. All right. We will record our podcast the day before, and we will publish it on the day of, which will be Friday. That schedule will be distributed out today, folks. Sometime today, we're going to publish it out to our sports pages to keep everybody in the loop as far as how the holiday schedule is going to look like. All right. Saturday, there will not be a live stream anymore. Okay. This is for the holiday season. All right. From now until January, there will not be a live stream on Saturday anymore, folks. All right. After that, come January, we're going to go back to our normal schedule where it'll be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday where we will have live streams happening for Worldwide Sport Updates. But as of right now, for the holiday season, now that we're close to Thanksgiving and close to Christmas, nonetheless, folks, it is going to look like this now. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays Fridays, there will be a recorded podcast. Saturday, there will be no podcast at all. There will be no live streaming, none of that. On Sunday, there will be a live stream. So we're going to be dedicated to the NFL Sunday mornings. So there will be a live stream. The time will be the same, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. nonetheless. So tune in for that. That's our schedule moving forward for the holiday schedule for the month of November and December. It will be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're going to continue on that trend, though. Again, Fridays will be a recorded podcast. Saturday, no more streaming. And then Sunday, it will be a live stream, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. All right. So we might be going overtime today, though. We might be going overtime today. All right. Speaking of overtime, let's start with the NFL. Welcome to NFL, ladies and gentlemen, week 9. Predictions, breakdowns. Let's get to it. We are hype. Let's go. Let's go. Week 9 of the NFL, ladies and gentlemen. Breakdowns, analysis, injuries. We're going to give them to you folks this morning on your Sunday edition. All right. So first off, I'm going to give you my week 5. Week 5. Why do I keep seeing week 5? I'm going to give you my 5 picks of week 9 NFL locks. And what a good friend of mine, buddy of mine, Eddie, he wants those picks. He wants those lock picks, doesn't he? My boy. All right. So here we go. We're going to give you those picks. We're going to give you those NFL lock picks for week 9. And what a week 9, by the way, that we are going to be really talked about and giving them to you folks nonetheless. So we're going to start off here by giving you our 5 picks for week 9. All right, here we go. My buddy of mine, he needs those picks. He's waiting for those week 9 picks. All right. All right, here we go. We're going to give them to you folks and bear with us here. So, my first lock pick of the day, Buffalo Bills. Yes. Buffalo Bills. My next pick, the Cowboys. All right, my other pick, let's see. The Ravens. Let's go with the Ravens. All right. Let's see. '49ers. Let's go with the 49ers. Yeah. I like the 49ers. And I'm going to tell you why I like the 49ers going into today's game. And lastly, we will go with the Rams. Yeah, let's go with the Rams. All right, here we go. So, here are my lock picks for week 9. 5 of them. Buffalo Bills. Dallas Cowboys. Baltimore Ravens. San Francisco 49ers. And finally, the Los Angeles Rams. Those are my week 9 lock picks, folks. Enjoy those games. Enjoy those picks. And enjoy the football game nonetheless. All right. So those are my week 9 lock picks for this week. All right. I do like the Buffalo Bills. I'd like the Dallas Cowboys. Speaking of the Dallas Cowboys, we're going to get to them in a couple minutes here. Ravens and 49ers and Rams. So, and we're going to get to why I like the 49ers going into today against the Arizona Cardinals here in a couple minutes. So, yeah, that's my week 9 lock picks for you guys. So enjoy those games nonetheless. All right, folks. So actually, let me see if my good buddy Mike could come on here. All right, because I know he wants to be on the show. So with us getting ready to talk about the NFL, I know he would like to come on here and talk about the NFL nonetheless with us this morning. So hopefully he comes on in and joins us on the show. And also another good buddy of mine here, if you would like to come on, hopefully he can. So we can bring him on. Okay, so there we go. All right. So we're gonna go through injuries too. We're gonna go through injuries. I guess we'll go through the injury list first of who are the inactives and who's the actives playing. So to all the fantasy football owners out there that they play fantasy football nonetheless. We have the players that are going to be playing today and the players that are not going to be participating today. So we'll give those to you on our show here. So here they are. Let's give them out. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the players that are not playing this afternoon on your Sunday. For fantasy owners, here it is. It includes Aaron Rodgers, and we'll get to why in a couple minutes here. Derrick Henry, out for the season. Calvin Ridley. Jameis Winston. Odell Beckham Jr. Yeah, and we'll talk about we'll get to Odell Beckham subject here in a couple minutes. Jack Conklin, Devontae Parker, Dawson Knox, Saquon Barkley, Sterling Shepard, Deontay Pettis, Danielle Hunter, Montez Sweat, J.J. Watt out for the season, Blake Jarwin, and Tyron Smith. Here are the players that are expected to play on your Sunday. Dak Prescott, Taysom Hill, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Jeff Wilson Jr., Melvin Ingram, Matthew Stafford, and Adrian Peterson. Those are your players that will be playing this afternoon on your Sunday. Danny, what's going on? Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, buddy. Your podcast, your news, your local community. How's it going, my friend? How's your Sunday going? Just in time for your just in time. You're just in time for the Sunday predictions. We're gonna go break them down, each and every one of them, here in a couple minutes, my friend. I gave you some lock picks. I don't know if you're interested in lock picks. I also went over NFL injuries for the players that will be expected to play this afternoon and not playing this afternoon. So all right, sounds good. Nonetheless, I gave you some week 9 lock picks. So hopefully you enjoy my lock picks. Here are the lock picks for week 9, my friend. If you're thinking about sports gambling this afternoon, Danny, here are my picks for you. I got the Bills, the Cowboys, the Ravens, the 49ers, and the Rams. That's coming from Joey Hadid's list this afternoon, buddy. So if you want to sports gamble here, maybe use the parlay to a good advantage. By all means, go with those picks, because I'm gonna tell you what, those picks are gonna be very surprising. Nonetheless, when we go over them, to why I believe the Bills, the Cowboys, Ravens, 49ers, and the Rams are the best team this afternoon to pick up victories. Nonetheless, all right, here we go. Let's start, ladies and gentlemen, with the first game. That would be today at 1:00 p.m. Las Vegas Raiders going on the road against the New York Football Giants. So, let's see here. You got currently right now the Giants at 2-6, and not to mention the Las Vegas Raiders, who are coming off a bye week. Yeah, they're coming off a bye. So who do you like in that one? Who do you like in that one? Before I give out my predictions. Giant upset win. Giants. Giants with an upset. Interesting. Now, well, Danny, why do you pick the Giants? Because Sterling Shepard is out, and Saquon Barkley is still not go. So I kind of want your intake on this because my pick is the Raiders. So I would like to know why you picked the Giants. Maybe you might convince me to go a different route here. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Why do you feel the Giants will get an upset win? I mean, not to mention they're at home. I give you that. They are at home. I mean, Daniel Jones is still under. I mean, he is still under center, but they're still losing some key weapons. They're still losing some key weapons. I mean, do you see possibly the weather being in their favor? Not to mention that defense, that Giants defense. It has been impressive lately. So, do you see the Giants defense stepping up? What's your input? Can't believe this coffee got cold. So why do you feel the Giants are an upset win? I mean, the defense I think is going to step up. I believe the defense might step up. I mean, the defense has been impressive lately. All right, so we were talking about the offensive side of things. Okay, the offensive perspective. So Kenny Golladay is still a good wide receiver. Ingram could ball out. Yeah, it is cold. It is going to be a cold one. You're right about that. Weather is definitely going to be a major factor for the New York Giants. So you're right on point on that, Danny. I believe Giants. I mean, they have the momentum going. I believe the expected temperature in New York this afternoon is expected to be anywhere from the low 50s to the mid. I mean, yeah, low 50s to the mid 50s. I believe this afternoon. So yeah, seeing the Giants, get this upset win is possible. It is, but I like the Raiders. I don't know. Of course. I mean, it is an upset. It is the upset for the week. I mean, but not. I mean, you know what, Danny? It is upset. It is an upset, but not upset of the week, because another upset is the 49ers beating the Cardinals. That is my another upset, and we'll get to that. But yeah, I mean, I like the Raiders, but we'll see how the Giants fare out. Again, it's all about their defense. I think the defense has been showing up a lot lately. And we'll see how Kenny Golladay performs. Again, Ingram is nothing to take away from Ingram. And it's all, again, I think it's all about ball protection. It really is. It's all about ball protection and how the Giants could come through. Especially. I mean, I think the way the weather favors them completely very well. So we'll see how it goes. But I mean, let's see how the Las Vegas Raiders do. I mean, this is gonna be a kind of a low scoring affair to me. I would say it's either gonna be a Raiders 23-17 game, or maybe 27-17 New York Giants. So we'll see how that goes, but should be an interesting ball game nonetheless. Falcons and the New Orleans Saints. Well, you know what? I mean, all right. I'm gonna talk about this game real quick. Going into last week. Now the Buccaneers are on a bye week, folks. All right. Tom Brady's enjoying his bye week. I did not expect Tom Brady and the Buccaneers to lose that game last week against Jameis Winston. May I mind you, Jameis Winston is out for the remainder of the season. But the way Jameis Winston, that was a revenge game for him nonetheless. I mean, forget about talking about a couple years back where he threw 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions and make an excuse that his prescription is not 100%. He doesn't have that 20/20 vision where it needs to be at 100% accurate level. But forget about that. But you know, Jameis Winston definitely prevailed. I mean, after he went out with an injury, he is out for the season, folks. If anybody is not aware of Jameis Winston's injury, but he did come through for the New Orleans Saints when they really needed Jameis Winston the most. By the way, Taysom Hill is expected to start in place of Jameis Winston. But folks, who expected the New Orleans Saints to beat Tom Brady and the Buccaneers last week? Who expected that? I didn't expect it. I picked the Buccaneers to win that football game last week. That was actually one of my week 8 lock picks of last week, the Buccaneers. And well, it went in shambles. So it was surprising. Nonetheless. What a great rivalry though. And the Saints came through. Yeah, the Saints definitely came through. So as far as this afternoon, I think the Saints are going to carry that momentum. I think Taysom Hill. I mean, we know what Taysom Hill is capable of, folks. The guy is a great. I mean, he's a great mobile quarterback. I mean, he uses his legs. You know, he depends on his legs when they come up effectively. So I do like the Saints this afternoon. I really do. I think the Saints are definitely the huge favorite against the Atlanta Falcons. So the Atlanta Falcons will fall to 3-5 on the season. As far as the New Orleans Saints, well, they'll improve their record to 6-2. So this makes things very interesting in the NFC South. It really does. If you think about it, because the NFC South, with the Buccaneers being on a bye, they'll be tied with the Buccaneers at 6-2, and then you got the Panthers at 4-4, and the Falcons at 3-5. So, this is going to be very interesting. This is going to be very, very interesting that the Saints are knocking behind the Buccaneers. Yeah, so I do like the New Orleans Saints against the Falcons this afternoon in that ball game there. So Taysom Hill, again, you got Alvin Kamara. We know what Alvin Kamara is capable of. So it's going to be a great, interesting ball game nonetheless. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting ball game. So I do like I do like the Ravens. I mean, excuse me, the Ravens, the Saints this afternoon. So I believe they will tremendously have a great day in that Superdome, nonetheless. To give the Giants a run for their, to give the Falcons a run for their money this afternoon. All right. So Saints over the Falcons is my pick for that one. All right. Bills versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. Well, you know what? First off, I want to ask myself this: what was I thinking in picking the Jacksonville Jaguars last week against the Seattle Seahawks? All right, I'm questioning myself here. What the heck was I thinking in picking the Jacksonville Jaguars? Not to mention going from east to west, traveling for Jacksonville to even come up with a victory against the Seattle Seahawks last week. I don't know what the heck I was thinking, folks. I really don't. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Seattle Seahawks, ladies and gentlemen, they took Jacksonville lights out of the picture. It was a dominating fashion football game for the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. Jacksonville, ladies and gentlemen, they're not going anywhere by any means necessary. Not even close. Not even close. Jacksonville needs help. Yeah, that franchise organization needs help. I like the Buffalo Bills this afternoon. I believe the Buffalo Bills, ladies and gentlemen, this is the hottest team in football right now. This is the hottest team in football. They will improve their record to 6-2, while Jacksonville, they will fall to 1-7. And not to mention, folks, this is going to be great weather for the Buffalo Bills. This is going to be great weather for the Buffalo Bills. You're going down to Jacksonville. Great atmosphere, great weather. You can't ask for a better afternoon just being down there. So, yeah, I do love Buffalo this afternoon against Jacksonville. Jacksonville is just, I mean, folks, think about this for a minute. That defense is horrible. I mean, what I witnessed last week, watching the highlight of that game between Jacksonville and Seattle, the same thing is going to happen to them today against the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen what they're capable of the past couple weeks, where they put 30 plus points, folks. They're capable of putting up 30 plus points. 30 plus points. 30 plus points is what the Buffalo Bills are capable of. All right, so the Buffalo Bills, we know what they're capable of, folks. We definitely do. So we know what kind of team they are, and I don't think Jacksonville's gonna have any type of answer. I can still see this possibly being a blowout game for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Not to mention, I mean, you could be looking at possibly the same result that you looked at last week against the Seattle Seahawks. So you possibly might be looking at maybe a 40-20 ball game here. 40-20 ball game. Yeah. So it'll be very interesting. It'll be very interesting. If Jacksonville can make a game out of this, but I just don't see it. I really don't see it. I think Jacksonville's gonna have a hard time, just like they did last week, even though they're at home. But the way Jacksonville performed last week, Jacksonville will not perform well this week either. So Buffalo Bills are my pick, folks. Buffalo will prevail, and they will improve their record to 6-2 this afternoon. All right. Browns and the Bengals. Well, what can we say about this game, folks? You know what? What's really shocking to me is last week I picked the Browns over the Steelers, and the Steelers came through. Ben Roethlisberger, Najee Harris came through. I think it was a 15-10 ball game. So 15-10 ball game, folks. It was 15-10. 15-10. And Steelers came through. Today, I would have to go. I mean, if you look at it, it's a 1:00 game. So folks, I mean, the Browns are 4-4 right now. Bengals are 5-3. So, I mean, if I, I don't know, the Browns. I mean, Baker Mayfield is playing hurt. I mean, he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to get surgery. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Bengals are they're playing great football right now, and they're sitting great. So I like the Bengals in this one. I think they'll improve their record to 6-3 this afternoon, while the Browns will fall to 4-5. I'm not convinced. I just don't have that feeling that the Browns could pick up a victory against the Cincinnati Bengals. I just don't. I think the Bengals are healthy right now. I mean, Joe Burrow's playing great. Jamar Chase is playing great. So all right. So all right. So folks, I want to say I'm not convinced. It's not there for the Browns taking. I mean, Baker Mayfield again. He wants to play. So the Bengals. I mean, folks, the Browns. All right, the Browns. They're playing through injuries, and Baker Mayfield wants to hold off his injury until next year. I mean, until the offseason. I'm sorry. So I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. So I like the Bengals in that matchup this afternoon. All right, let's continue. Panthers at the Patriots. Patriots at the Panthers. Hello? 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 Hello, hello, hello? Hello? All right. No one's answering. All right. Patriots at the Panthers. Patriots at the Panthers, folks. Okay. Hello? Hello? All right. Patriots at the Panthers. Well, lately I've been seeing this coming from the Panthers. They have been on a coming from the Panthers. They have been on a coming from the Panthers. They have been on a coming from. Hello. Okay. All right. The Panthers, folks. Hello. 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 Jeff, can you hear me? Hello. Jeff, can you hear me? Like I can only hear my voice. Jeff, hello? Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me? All right. So, folks, let's go back to the Panthers versus the Patriots. Hello? So, folks, let's go back to the Panthers versus the Patriots. Hello? Hello? So, folks, let's go back to the Panthers versus the Patriots. Hello? Hello? All right. So again, my pick for this one, folks, has to be the Patriots. Because lately, if you go back to how things been unfolding with this Patriots versus New England game, Patriots have been. Hello. All right. Patriots are 4-4, folks. Panthers are 4-4. Okay, both of them are looking for their 5th victory of the season. But if you look at the comparison between the New England Patriots and the Carolina Panthers, Carolina have lost. I mean, if you go back to the games that they lost, all right, they lost to the Giants on October 24th, 25-3. They lost to the Minnesota Vikings on October 17th in overtime, 34-28. They lost to the Philadelphia Eagles, October 10th, 21-18. And they lost to the Dallas Cowboys, 36-28. So, folks, those are the teams that the Panthers have not, picked up victories. I mean, they started off the season hot, 3-0. Okay, good shape. Started the season 3-0. All right. Picking up a win against the Steelers picking up a win against the Jets, 19-14 on September 12th. Beating the New Orleans Saints 26-7 to start off 2-0. To beat the Texans to start off 3-0. But then all of a sudden, look at this. Losing to the Dallas Cowboys, losing to the Eagles, losing to the Vikings, losing to the Giants, folks. And then they finally picked up the victory on Halloween last week against the Falcons, 19-13. So the Panthers and Sam Darnold, I don't know what's going on with Sam Darnold, folks. I really don't. I mean, he has not been where Sam Darnold. Ari, welcome to the show, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Actually, here, let me type him in. I'm sorry. So the Carolina Panthers, folks, I don't have an answer to where Sam Darnold is. I just don't know where his head is, folks, because Sam Darnold has been struggling. He has been struggling, ladies and gentlemen, and it shows. It really does. All right, so if we can pull up, hold on, if we can pull up Sam Darnold's stats, folks, I would like to pull them up. All right, so Sam Darnold. All right, this is so the reason why he's been struggling. Not to mention, folks, if you go back to the Giants game, that's where he got benched. All right, after 2 committing turnovers. But if you go back to his stats, folks, his regular season right now is not where it needs to be. He has 7 touchdowns already and 8 interceptions, folks. Yeah, those last straight weeks, with after the Panthers being 3-0, they lost the 4 games. So 7 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. 7 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, folks. That is so far, and his quarterback rating is not impressive, 76.8, not to mention. So when Carolina started off 3-0, folks, Sam Darnold had 1 touchdown and 0 interceptions against the New York Jets on September 12th with a quarterback rating of 102. And then against New Orleans, he had 2 touchdowns, 1 interception with a quarterback rating of 99.1. And then against the Houston Texans, he had 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 95.7 quarterback rating. And again, 304 yards through the air, September 23rd against the Texans, and 305 yards through the air against the New Orleans Saints, and 279 yards through the air against the New York Jets. That's how hot the Carolina Panthers were to start 3-0. But then all of a sudden, they fall apart. He has 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions against the Dallas Cowboys, and they lost with his quarterback rating being at 85.5. And then against the Philadelphia Eagles, he had 1 touchdown, 3 picks, and a quarterback rating of a 44.5. And he didn't get benched. But then look at this. Against the Giants, he had 112 yards through the air, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception, and a quarterback rating of 57.4. So that's where he definitely got benched. And then against the Minnesota Vikings, he had 1 touchdown and 1 pick, a quarterback rating of 55.6. And then last week, in a win against the Atlanta Falcons, he had 129 yards passing, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 69.6. So, folks, Sam Darnold is struggling, folks. He definitely is struggling. And going this afternoon against the New England Patriots defense, it's not going to get better. It's not going to get better. Do you expect it to get better? No. No, it's not going to get better. It definitely is not. Anthony Santos, welcome to the show, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. I mean, his career is 52-47, folks. 52-47, his career. So it's not all that impressive. Not all that impressive at all. So I do not. It's not very convincing at all for me to even think that Panthers could pull up a win today. I don't think they can. I don't see that they can. I mean, not to mention, folks, that what Patriots did last week against the LA Chargers, going from east to west, traveling, what they did last week, ladies and gentlemen, beating Justin Herbert in a Chargers atmosphere where that crowd noise isn't going anywhere, and in the debut of live fans at SoFi Stadium, Patriots won that game in a close fashion, folks. 27-24 was your final score in that football game. And my prediction for that game last week was 27-24. But it was in the Patriots. It was the Chargers. I picked the Chargers to win that game 27-24 last week. So it was a close one. And I told you, folks, going into that last week's game, it was going to come down to who has the ball last. All right. Also, protecting the ball. Protecting the ball. And guess who prevailed? The Patriots. The Patriots prevailed, folks. Yeah. The Patriots prevailed. They did it in great dominating fashion. Nonetheless. On the road successfully too. And not to mention they carried that momentum after they beat the New York Jets in great fashion, putting 50 plus points, in a Zach Wilson, injury, when Zach Wilson went out in that game, he was not there. So all of a sudden, Patriots took over. They took over that ball game after Zach Wilson went out and took advantage of it because they found that open opportunity for the Patriots to dominate this football game. So it was a great showing for Zach Wilson in that football game. So the Patriots, folks, are my pick going against Carolina this afternoon. Yeah, so Carolina is going to have a tough day against the New England Patriots. Yeah, because Sam Darnold has lost his rhythm, folks. He lost. I feel like he lost his locker room too. Like the team is not coming together, and injuries I think are hurting them. So it's not a good look. It's not a good look for the Carolina Panthers, and I think they're gonna continue to suffer this afternoon against a good, hungry, determined New England Patriots football team. So, can the Panthers try to pull something off? Can they make this an interesting football game? It's there. I'm not saying it's not there. It could go both ways. I mean, the home field advantage is in their favor, but I believe I believe New England has the more momentum going into this football game more than Sam Darnold and the Panthers do. I mean, Panthers, after starting off hot, 3-0, you lose your last 4 games. You know, not to mention three teams in the NFC East: the Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys, and the Giants. And I mean, it does not get better going up against New England this afternoon either. So I think Sam Darnold's gonna have a rough day. I believe so. It's not gonna. I mean, we'll see what the outcome is. We'll see what the outcome is. But I like the Patriots. I like the Patriots. All right, let's move forward. Let's move forward. Let's see who we got next. All right. Broncos and the Cowboys. All right, let's talk about this game. All right. Dallas country, are you listening to me? You guys are off to a 6-1. Impressive. Let's get my good buddy of mine on here. He's a great Dallas Cowboys fan, nonetheless. Let's see if he'll join us. But ladies and gentlemen, Cowboys are 6-1. Now, somebody needs to be recognized for the reason why. For the reason why. Why are the Dallas Cowboys at 6-1? Why? Why are they 6-1, folks? First of all, no Dak Prescott last week. And second of all, I picked the Vikings last week over Dallas Cowboys. Now, why did I pick the Vikings over Dallas? Now, this is the reason why. I said, if Dak Prescott plays, it's an automatic W for the Dallas Cowboys, right or wrong. I did say that. If anybody does not recall me saying that, go back to the recordings and prove me wrong. But I did say last week, if Dak Prescott is not playing, if he's playing, Dallas Cowboys pick up a victory at Minnesota on the road, especially coming off a bye week, right or wrong. And I know I said that. But I also said, if Dallas Cowboys, Dak Prescott is not playing, that who's going to come clutch in this football game? Ezekiel Elliott and that running game. And not to mention Trayvon Diggs in that defense. So look who made a name for themselves last week in that football game, folks. Look who made a name for themselves last week. And the stats speak for itself. The stats speak for itself. Ladies and gentlemen, give your hats off to Cooper Rush. To Cooper Rush. 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. 325 yards passing through the air. 24 for 40 completion attempts. Amazing. Amazing by Cooper Rush. Who would have thought Cooper Rush was going to be the ultimate answer for that Cowboys team? Ezekiel Elliott was a no-show. 16 carries, 50 yards rushing. Tony Pollard, 26 rushing yards, 7 carries. And then Amari Cooper, folks, had 1 touchdown, 122 reception yards, 8 receptions, CeeDee Lamb had 112 yards, 6 receptions. Folks. I mean, who would have thought? Who would have thought Cooper Rush was going to be the answer here? Who would have thought? I mean, Cooper Rush is the reason why Dallas should be thankful that they are 6-1 right now. Dallas is 6-1, folks. The best team right now, and I hate to say it, the best team in the NFC East. The best team in the NFC East right now is the Dallas Cowboys. Can you believe it? I mean, who would have expected the Dallas Cowboys to be where they at right now? Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, folks. It's crazy. Micah Parsons had 10 tackles. 10 tackles in a game last week against the Vikings. Jaron Kearse had 5 tackles. Anthony Brown had 4. Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen. And Trayvon Diggs continues to be impressive, folks. Trayvon Diggs continues to be impressive in that cornerback position spot. I mean, who would have thought the Dallas Cowboys would be sitting atop alone in that division at 6-1, thanks to Cooper Rush's performance last week. Yeah, 6-1, and they go against the Denver Broncos and Teddy Bridgewater this afternoon. Cowboys are my pick. Cowboys will improve to 7-1. When was the last time the Cowboys were 7-1, folks? 7-1. I cannot believe I'm saying that in the same sentence. Dak Prescott is expected to go. He's expected to start. He will play. Ezekiel Elliott. So the weapons are there. The weapons are there, ladies and gentlemen, for the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. That team is scary, as scary as they come right now. They're playing lights out football, scary football nonetheless. Yeah, that team is scary as they come. Not to mention, I think they're at home today. Yeah, they're at home against the Denver Broncos. So, yeah, they're at home. They're at home this afternoon at 1 p.m. So, I can't believe I'm saying this. I cannot believe I'm saying in the same sentence the Dallas Cowboys are running away with the NFC East division right now. But you know what, folks? I'm gonna say something here. Now that we are midway through the season, right? And the playoff picture is starting to come in full swing. It's starting to come. It's all coming together. All right. I don't want to give you of what things might turn out for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, this is an early prediction. All right. This is an early prediction. I mean, we're going to get to Aaron Rodgers here in a couple minutes. But folks, look at this. Look at this playoff picture the way it is right now. I mean, after today, the Dallas Cowboys are 7-1. All right, after today. The Cardinals could be looking at 7-2. And we'll get that in a couple minutes to why. Buccaneers are 6-2. Now, the Los Angeles Rams they're going to improve their record to 7-1. Okay, they're gonna improve their record to 7-1. And not to mention they picked up Von Miller. Look at the formula and the right ingredients by the Los Angeles Rams team. Just alone picking up Von Miller along with Aaron Donald, that defense is going to do serious damage to whoever they face. Whoever the Los Angeles Rams remaining schedule is, to all their opponents in the backfield, they're going to do serious damage in that front defensive line. This Rams team, ladies and gentlemen, let's just say this is my early prediction of how the playoffs is going to turn out, folks. All right. Tom Brady and the Buccaneers are going to be a wild card team this year. Yeah, they're going to be a wild card team. With this new format going on, you're only allowed to have one team have a bye week. Now that it's an 18-week schedule, it's not a 17-game schedule no more. It's an 18-game schedule. Now that you have an 18-game schedule, this is how things are going to turn out for me for the playoff picture. This is how I see things unfolding. The Los Angeles Rams and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be a wild card team. Now, we know how Tom Brady, how things turn out for him in the wild card. He does not get past it. Yeah. And have you guys noticed that in Tom Brady's career, when Tom Brady goes to the playoffs and he's a wild card, he does not get past the wild card. I know a lot of people have noticed that. So with the Rams picking up a victory against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers during the regular season, I can see those two teams meeting up again in the wild card. And the Rams this time going to Raymond James Stadium and beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers again. The Rams, all right, let's say hypothetically they beat Tampa Bay. All right, I'm saying this. This is playoffs. I'm giving you my early predictions on how the playoffs are going to unfold and transpire, folks. All right. The Rams beat Tampa. Who does the Rams play next? The bye week, Green Bay Packers. They travel up to Lambeau Field. Okay? The city of Lambeau. The city of champions right behind you. The Rams come to town. The Green Bay Packers beat the Rams. Look at this. Who they play in the NFC Championship now, you might ask. It's going to come down to Dallas Cowboys or the Arizona Cardinals. Look at this. This is my early predictions of how the playoffs is going to transpire in the NFC playoff picture. Look at that. Who comes to town? Who comes to Green Bay? Who comes to the frigid Green Bay, Wisconsin? Dallas or Arizona? Now, both of those teams cannot function well, cannot play in cold environment conditions. They cannot play in cold environment conditions. Arizona is a warm environment team. It's a warm climate team. Coming up here, it's already disaster mode for you. It's already disaster mode for you to come up here. Not to mention, come January, you're looking at temperatures possibly anywhere from the 20s to low teens. And the wind chills, and the wind chill possibly being below freezing. Not to mention the Dallas Cowboys if they come up here. The Dallas Cowboys are an indoor football team. This is why I like Dallas. This is why I like Green Bay going to the Super Bowl to represent in the Super Bowl. That's if Aaron Rodgers gets his situation figured out. Yeah. That is if Aaron Rodgers gets his situation figured out with all this COVID stuff going on. If he comes back and he figures out all this mess that's happening for the Green Bay Packers, ladies and gentlemen, Green Bay Packers are locked and secured for the Super Bowl. Not to mention if they could, the way the Green Bay Packers are 7-1 right now, and they're going up against the Kansas City Chiefs this afternoon on the road at Kansas City. They are going to suffer their second loss. But backup quarterbacks have been showing up a lot lately, right or wrong. Last week you saw backup quarterbacks show up where they needed them the most. Cooper Rush showed up last week. Mike White showed up last week. Yeah, for the New York Jets with that win against the Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah. And then the backup quarterback from the New Orleans Saints who showed up and beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So those backup quarterbacks, those three guys that I mentioned, they showed up. They showed up last week. Analysts, welcome to the show. Thank you for tuning in. How are you, analysts? Those three backup quarterbacks that I mentioned, folks. Three backup quarterbacks showed up last week in their respective teams. Mike White of the Jets beating the Bengals. Backup quarterbacks of the New Orleans Saints beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then Cooper Rush beating the Minnesota Vikings. So, backup quarterbacks could continue to prevail today. They can continue to prevail today. So, I don't think I have Green Bay as my lock pick. Should have had them as my lock pick, but I don't. So, I definitely like Green Bay could definitely win this game. They could definitely win this game at Arrowhead. Yeah, they definitely can. They definitely can. But at the same time, it is all going to come down to that Kansas City Chiefs defense. That Kansas City Chiefs defense is where the biggest question mark is. Kansas City Chiefs defense. For the Kansas City Chiefs to pick up a victory, they needed to depend on that Chiefs offense. Patrick Mahomes. But Patrick Mahomes, we've seen what that Chiefs offense, against the Tennessee Titans, they didn't show up against the Tennessee Titans team. Remember that 27-3 victory by the Tennessee Titans? Yeah, they only put up 3 points. That Kansas City Chiefs team. Not to mention they lost to the Buffalo Bills. So they're really the Kansas City Chiefs are depending on their offense. All right, they're depending so much on that offense. Mario, welcome to the show, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community on your Sunday edition. Thank you for taking the time away to join us on this show. So folks, that Kansas City Chiefs defense is a question mark. So I like the Green Bay Packers to pick up a victory this afternoon against the Kansas City Chiefs. I definitely do. I think that is your favorite pick of them all this afternoon against the Kansas City Chiefs. But go back to Dallas Cowboys versus Denver Broncos. Dallas is my pick. Dallas will go to 7-1. All right. While the Green Bay Packers, well, they have a good opportunity to prevail and improve their record to 8-1. But ladies and gentlemen, I just gave you my early perspective point of view, my early analysis on how this playoff picture is going to look like come January. Things could get very interesting, folks. Things could get very interesting in the NFC playoff picture because you're in mid-season form here. You're in mid-season right now, and the playoffs are really coming together. And if you can imagine, if Aaron Rodgers gets his whole situation figured out with this COVID protocol thing, just imagine this: Green Bay Packers having home field advantage behind you, Lambeau Field. Los Angeles Rams beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers again, second straight in a wild card fashion game. And then the Los Angeles Rams coming up here to Lambeau Field, the city of Lambeau, the city of Green Bay, the city of cheeseheads. So we all recall. And then Green Bay winning that game. And then next week, the NFC Championship, the ultimate prize of who to crown as your Super Bowl winner. Will it come down to Green Bay versus Cowboys? And we know how that turned out. That game between Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers, they have the Dallas Cowboys number. They definitely do. I mean, if you remember last time, folks, when the Dallas Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers both met in the playoffs, the last time those two teams met in the playoffs, it was Green Bay winning that game by a field goal. Yes. They won, and it was at Dallas. It was at Dallas country. It was in Arlington, Texas, folks, where Green Bay beat Dallas by a field goal. Yeah. If anybody recalls that game. And that game, I think it was it in a division round? Yeah. It was in a division round, folks. It was in the divisional round where Green Bay outlasted the Dallas Cowboys. So this is very, very interesting how the NFC playoff picture might truly unfold this upcoming season. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the window of opportunity is definitely there for Green Bay Nation. I mean, you cannot justify it, folks. You cannot justify it. I'm putting out the analysis here. All right. I'm giving you my early predictions. I'm putting the pretty much what the old saying goes, the deck on the table, the cards on the table. Yeah. I'm putting that out there, folks. That is possibly what might happen in the NFC playoff picture this upcoming season. Come January, when it really matters the most, that we could be looking at here at Lambeau Field, the NFC Championship either Green Bay Packers versus Arizona Cardinals or the Green Bay Packers versus the Dallas Cowboys. So, things to look forward to. Things to look forward to. Yeah. Yeah, things to look forward to. All right. So, Dallas is my pick against the Denver Broncos this afternoon. All right. Vikings at the Baltimore Ravens. Well, I mean, we know how that one's going to turn out. Lamar Jackson. I mean, is there any way to stop Lamar Jackson though? Is there really? That's the ultimate question there. Is there any way, any shape, type, or form to stop Lamar Jackson and what he's capable of? We already know what he's capable of. I mean, the stats speak for itself of what he's capable of as a quarterback, right or wrong. So, I mean, we know what he's been producing these past couple weeks, right or wrong, right? He's been coming through clutch moments where football games matter the most, even though they lost to the Cincinnati Bengals, 44-13. Yeah, we know. Don't remind me. We know that they lost in a blowout, but they're coming off a bye. Okay, they're coming off a bye week. All right, Baltimore didn't play last week, so they're coming off fresh. Okay, they're coming off fresh. So, who's my pick? I like Baltimore. I like Baltimore against the Vikings. Yeah, I definitely do. I think, Lamar Jackson, I mean, even though with that 41-17 loss 2 weeks ago, it was 41-17 2 weeks ago. I think the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson have not lost just yet. Like hopes and dreams of a season. I think that their season is still well and alive and kicking. I think it's still possibly in the survival of the fittest. Yeah, they're still in survival of the fittest mode. There we go. That's a good way to put it. That's a good perspective way to put it. So yeah, Baltimore's still alive and well. They're still alive and well, and they're still in the thick of things as far as the playoff picture race is concerned. So yeah, I do like Baltimore. I like Baltimore against the Vikings this afternoon. Yep. So they'll continue. I mean, again, J.K. Dobbins is out for the season, but you have Latavius Murray, in the backfield position, and then you have what's his name that they picked up, Le'Veon Bell. So yeah, I mean, they still got some decent weapons to depend on. I think that Mr. Hollywood himself in the wide receiver picture. So yeah, I mean, I think Baltimore has the right right attitude, the right mindset. They're well prepared, well fresh coming off of this bye. I mean, not to mention Minnesota is going to maybe they're going to a outdoor atmosphere. I mean, temperatures in Baltimore maybe this afternoon are what, in 50s, maybe 55, 60s, maybe low 60s. In Baltimore, Maryland. So Jeff Strong, the guy whose birthday is today. Jeff, if you're listening in, buddy, this is your birthday present here. Baltimore Ravens picking up a victory against the Minnesota Vikings this afternoon. So that should be a well-deserved birthday present for you. So yeah, so this is going to be a good game for the Baltimore Ravens. Seeing them come up with a victory nonetheless. So yeah, I like Baltimore. They will definitely pick up a victory this afternoon. All right. let's continue. Texans and Dolphins. Oh my God. What do we need to say about this football game? Well, you know what? Both teams are horrible, right? I think that's one thing we could say. I think that's one valuable point I think we could say about that football game. I mean, you're talking about both teams that are pretty much in the driver's seat looking for their second win of the season. Now the question is, who's sitting good? Who's sitting great to pick up their second win? One and 7. Both teams at 1 and 7, folks. I mean, what I do know, Tyrod Taylor is expected to start. Okay? So that is a big positive news for the Houston Texans. Tyrod Taylor is expected to start. All right? So I do like the Texans. I do like the Texans against the Miami Dolphins. Yeah, I think the Texans. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you this: the Texans have been, without a shadow of a doubt, been playing through tough teams this past couple weeks. I mean, I don't know if anybody recalls this, but the past couple weeks they went against the New England Patriots, and they almost gave the New England Patriots a run for their money, folks. Yeah. I mean, they were dominating that game a little bit, if anybody recalls that game. So, I mean, going into this game this afternoon at Hard Rock Stadium at Miami Sunshine State, I do like the Houston Texans. Yeah. Yeah. Without Deshaun Watson, and speaking of Deshaun Watson, and speaking of the NFL trade deadline that just passed, Deshaun Watson has not been addressed. He's still with the Houston Texans, so he's not going anywhere. Not to mention Deshaun Watson is definitely disappointed nonetheless. But we all know what's going on with the Deshaun Watson situation. So he's sticking around. All right. So with that being said, I think Texans are in the driver's seat going into this afternoon against the Miami Dolphins. Yes. So I do like them. I don't know. I mean, for the Miami Dolphins, I think they just lost themselves. They lost themselves as a team, as a whole. They lost themselves as they're just not where this football team is right now. It's sad, but at the same time, the books, the books and the stats speaks for itself, folks. It really does. Everything that is pretty much where it's really at. It's devastating. It's devastating for this football club. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm at a loss to how can Miami Dolphins figure out what's going wrong for them? I mean, the question is, have they figured out what's wrong with them? No, they have not. They have not. Especially the head coach. I think he lost his players, folks. He did. He definitely did. I mean, nothing is going right for the Dolphins. He lost his players, and he lost the chemistry. He lost He lost every bit of aspect that you need to mention from the Miami Dolphins organization, folks. Yeah. He lost everything. And this team is where it really needs to be right now. And it's not getting any better. It's not getting any better. I mean, is it good? Is it good for the NFL draft? For them? Of course. Of course it is. It's definitely great for the NFL draft for them. You know, this gives the opportunity for the Miami Dolphins to go after Kenneth Walker in the NFL draft. So, and they need a great running back. I mean, ever since, if you go back and you recall to the Miami Dolphins when they had Jay Ajayi, and they shipped him out, and they sent him off to the Philadelphia Eagles, and then they had Jordan Howard in the Miami Dolphins lineup, and he went to the Philadelphia Eagles. The Miami Dolphins have never been the same, folks. They just have never been the same. No. They have not. So, with that being said, for the Miami Dolphins, as far as draft selection, you know, their best bet is Kenneth Walker and that Heisman winner. You know, if they can't win any games for this remainder of the season. Not to mention, you have another team that's playing horrible. The Detroit Lions, who desperately need Kenneth Walker. The Detroit Lions still have not figured out how to win a football game yet. I mean, they're 0-8. They're actually in the off season this week. Bye week. They're in the bye week this week. So the Detroit Lions are figuring out how to win a football game. So, and they still have not figured out how to win one. So, not to mention the Detroit Lions. Everybody's kind of looking at, is it possible the Detroit Lions could be looking at an 0-17 season? Actually, not an 0-17, an 0-18 season, nonetheless. Well, actually, is it 0-17? Is it 0-17, right? Yeah. So could they be looking at an 0-17 season? Yeah. So keep that in mind, folks. I mean, it could be very well. Could be very well. The last time, ladies and gentlemen, the Detroit Lions were 0-16, ladies and gentlemen, was back in the last time the Detroit Lions were 0-16 was back in 2008. Yeah. That's when we had a 17-game schedule, folks. That's when we had a 17-game schedule. Now that we have an 18-game schedule, they could be very well looking at an 0-17, surpassing that 0-16 that they had in 2008. So that's the last time the Detroit Lions, folks, the city of Detroit in itself, was 0-16, was back in 2008. And now in the year 2021, they could be knocking on the doorstep of 0-17 if they can't figure out how to win a football game. And they certainly have not figured out how to win a football game yet. So, if anybody wants to throw a comparison out there between what's the difference between a 2008, what's the difference between a 2008 Detroit Lions team and a 2021 Detroit Lions team? Well, it's a new head coach and a new quarterback. So, yeah, it's a new head coach and a new quarterback, folks. So, it's not looking good for the Detroit Lions. I mean, Detroit Lions could be very well they're going to be totally in the hot seat to pursue Kenneth Walker, folks. Hello? Hello? All right, so they're going to be totally in the driver's seat to pursue Kenneth Walker in the offseason. Pretty much. That's the Kenneth Walker sweepstakes for you. Hello? To pursue Kenneth Walker in the offseason. Pretty much. All right, so folks, we'll see. We'll see. You know, if Detroit can win a football game. We'll see if they can. All right. All right, so my prediction again this afternoon for the Miami Dolphins and Houston Texans game, I do like the Texans in that football game. All right. Chargers and the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, speaking of the Philadelphia Eagles and the Detroit Lions, well, the Philadelphia Eagles went to Detroit last week, and Philadelphia Eagles dominated Detroit. Yeah, they dominated Detroit. The question on everybody's mind going into this afternoon's ball game, can Philadelphia Eagles carry that momentum? Can they carry that momentum? I mean, you're going up against Justin Herbert, folks. You're going up against Justin Herbert. Yeah. The question is, can you, Philadelphia Eagles, carry that momentum going into today's game against the Chargers? We shall see. We shall see. My pick, I'll go with the Eagles. I'll go with the Eagles. I mean, is it going to be a close game? Yeah. Yeah. I think it is. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it truly unfolds this afternoon. But I think the Eagles could get this win. I think they could prevail and also improve their record to 4-5. I think the Eagles could do it. I think the Eagles could do it. But it is going to be a very close game where the window of opportunity is possibly out there for the Chargers in the taking. So, I mean, the Chargers, they're going to be angry coming into this game because of the loss against the New England Patriots last week. And nobody expected the Chargers to lose that game against the New England Patriots last week. So that's my analogy and breakdown for you guys going into this football game here. I mean, not to mention, folks, this Justin Herbert kid hasn't been impressing the heck out of me. The way he plays as a quarterback, the way he plays under center is phenomenal. Phenomenal. The kid has potential, folks. Yes, I think he is the true leader and aspect of that locker room, and he is a championship quarterback for future years to come, folks. I mean, it's not now, but I do see it for the Super Bowl future. Yes, I mean the kid has potential. He really does. He reminds me of the style of Peyton Manning. I would say Peyton Manning, but Justin Herbert is a great, tremendous professional athlete, and the kid tends to amaze me each and every week. And he put his heart out, and he put his through. He almost came through for the Chargers team last week against the New England Patriots, especially against that defense, especially against Matt Jones, not to mention Mac Jones, ladies and gentlemen. So the kid has potential. The kid has potential. Yeah. I wonder how he's gonna do in his NFL professional career, stepping into the field of Lincoln Financial Field this afternoon, though. Yeah. This is Justin Herbert's first career going into Lincoln Financial Field, folks. His debut. And it's going to be very interesting to see how it truly unfolds. For him this afternoon. So we'll see how it goes. Nonetheless. So again, my pick is the Philadelphia Eagles, but it's going to be a very close game. And to be honest with you, folks, it might not be a pretty game. It might turn out to be an ugly game nonetheless. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens though. But nonetheless, I got the Eagles on this one. Let's see how they do. Let's see how they fare. Again, it's can the Eagles carry what they did last week against Detroit? That's on everybody's minds. That's where the ultimate answer is if the Eagles could carry over that momentum that they did last week against the Detroit Lions team. Again, you're going up against a worst team that is not playing good throughout these past couple weeks. So, I mean, and not to mention, it's not far off that you're going up a Chargers team that is 4-3 on the season. So they're not. I mean, they're doing pretty good for themselves as well. And to be honest with you, folks, in that division, in the AFC, they have a chance to prevail and to make it a 5-3 record. They have an opportunity to make a 5-3 record in their respective division, behind the Kansas City Chiefs, behind the Denver Broncos, and behind the Las Vegas Raiders. So the opportunity is there for the Chargers to make it possibly to come up with this ugly game if it does turn out to be that way. So we'll see how it goes. But I do like Philadelphia in this pick, and we'll see how it will transpire this afternoon nonetheless. All right. Okay, folks, here we go. More games to go over. Packers versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, I did go over this game, but again, my pick for you is Green Bay. Okay, my pick for you is Green Bay. I think they will prevail under Jordan Love. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is Jordan Love, his first 60-minute career NFL start this afternoon. So we'll see how Jordan Love prevails. And I think he's going to do a tremendous heck of a job, especially with a banged-up Chiefs defense that has not been prevailing these last couple weeks. All right, so here's a story coming out from the Cheesehead country. And I would like to share this with everybody. So the reason why Aaron Rodgers is not playing today is because it's because of COVID issues. And there's a lot going on right now with Aaron Rodgers' situation, folks. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And this past week, he got tested for COVID. It came back positive, and it had to do, ladies and gentlemen, with his Halloween celebration that he did on October 31st. So they listed him on the COVID list, and it's because he's unvaccinated, folks. And the reason why is because he kept it a secret. He did not want it to go out to be shared to the public that he was unvaccinated. So that kind of put a hurting on the Green Bay Packers going into today's football game against the Kansas City Chiefs. And the question now looms because, not to mention, folks, there could possibly be, for Aaron Rodgers, there could be fines for this. There could be suspensions for this. There could be a lot of stuff for Aaron Rodgers for under the table for him. You know, those next couple weeks, if they're trying to come up with the solution and situation from this COVID perspective. But the question now looms: when will Aaron Rodgers return? The expected return is not until November 13th. So that will be next week. That's if he's eligible to play. All right. So he'll be out for a minimum of 10 days, folks. And as of right now, it could throw his status in doubt. There's a good possibility he might not play. So another thing regarding the COVID situation, if he is found for violating it, ladies and gentlemen, there is a possibility he could be facing more time. Yeah, he could be facing more time because right now the NFL is currently in investigation to figuring out if he did violate COVID protocols. So, so to speak, there's a good chance he might not be able to travel with the team if things come back, as the NFL is fully investigating in this. But as of right now, folks, it's not looking good for Aaron Rodgers. It's not looking good. All right. There's a good possibility that, because right now he's out for a minimum of 10 days, and he's not eligible to come back until next week. Okay, he's not eligible to come back until next week against the Seattle Seahawks. So let's see here, folks. Let's see who the Green Bay Packers remaining games are. So today they play Kansas City. Next week they really don't have to do too much travel because they're still at home against the Seattle Seahawks. But then after the Seattle Seahawks, they play the Minnesota Vikings, and then they play the Los Angeles Rams. They play the Chicago Bears. They play Baltimore Ravens. They play Cleveland Browns. Again, they play Minnesota Vikings again, and they play Detroit Lions on January 9th. Those are the Green Bay Packers' remaining games. Okay? Those are the Green Bay Packers' remaining games. Right now, he's only out for a minimum of 10 days. Will he be eligible to play in Week 10? In Week 10 against the Seattle Seahawks? That's yet to be determined. But we'll see. We'll see what his status is. Nonetheless, we'll definitely see what his status is. But as of right now, we shall wait and see, because the NFL is fully investigating Aaron Rodgers as we speak. The good news is Davante Adams has returned, and Alan Lazard has returned from COVID-19. So they also Isaac Yoderman. So they all returned from the COVID list. Again, I think Isaac could be out due to COVID. So yeah, the two people that I know that are coming back, that are active going into today's game against the Kansas City Chiefs are Devontae Adams and Alan Lazard. But I think the teams that are, the players that are still on COVID list are Aaron Rodgers and Isaac Yodeman from the cornerback position. So those, ladies and gentlemen, will not be on the active roster from my perspective point of view, from what I understand, from according to sources and reports, that Aaron Rodgers and Isaac will not be in the lineup this afternoon. So, folks, right now for Aaron Rodgers, we shall wait and see what happens. They are at home next week, though. They are at home next week here. They'll be playing here against the Seattle Seahawks. But again, if Aaron Rodgers in this whole situation does not get fully, what's the word I'm looking for, resolved, then it's going to be putting a jeopardy for them for November 21st against the Minnesota Vikings, because Aaron Rodgers will not be eligible to travel with the team to go to Minnesota and play against the Minnesota Vikings. But then they got home games November 28th and December 12th against the Los Angeles Rams and the Chicago Bears. But then they have to travel to Baltimore to play the Baltimore Ravens December 19th. So if the investigation comes back where it's not in total favor of Aaron Rodgers, then things are not going to be looking good in Aaron Rodgers' perspective situation, in his perspective point of view, in his conclusion, in his part. So with that being said, though, that is your Aaron Rodgers story nonetheless. That's your Aaron Rodgers story nonetheless. All right. So going into today's game, I do like the Green Bay Packers' chances, though. I really do. I think they have the ultimate chance, nonetheless, to possibly pick up a victory against this Kansas City Chiefs team. Yeah, they definitely do. They definitely do. So, again, that Kansas City Chiefs defense is going to be the question mark of all question marks. And again, they're depending on their offense. Again, if it comes down to Kansas City Chiefs really depending on that offense, it needs to be Patrick Mahomes committing less turnovers, and he needs to protect that ball, and he needs to be very, very smart and consistent where it really matters the most for the team to come together to possibly come up with a victory in this football game. So, again, you're talking about a Devontae Adams coming back. All right, he's in the lineup. And then you're talking about Alan Lazard coming back on the active roster. So things to look forward to. But this game, ladies and gentlemen, it is scheduled for 4:25 p.m. Eastern time later on today. All right. Arizona Cardinals versus the 49ers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my upset. This is my upset of the day, and why I say it as an upset. It is scheduled for 4:25 p.m. So Kyle Murray is a game time decision. I have not heard anything yet about Kyle Murray, if he's expected to play or not. But he's a game time decision. We'll see how it goes for him. But then you got DeAndre Hopkins. I think he's not expected to play, which kind of puts a true hurting to this football team right now. Not to mention they just suffered their first loss at the hands of the Green Bay Packers. So they're going to be suffering their back-to-back week losses here. And I like 49ers chances. Not to mention somebody is coming back from an injury. I think Nick Bosa is expected to be in the starting lineup for the 49ers this afternoon. So so things are looking good. Things are looking good for the 49ers. I mean, this is good news for the 49ers. Now the question is, I mean, will it be Jimmy Garoppolo starting or will it be Trey Lance? I mean, they want to keep Trey Lance away as much as possible for him to heal up. Okay, they want him to. So we'll see how it truly is gonna look for the 49ers this afternoon. But I think Jimmy Garoppolo is the go-to guy against the Arizona Cardinals this afternoon. Again, Nick Bosa is coming back, ladies and gentlemen, which is definitely a changing momentum for the 49ers. Yes. So that's a big plus. That is great news for the 49ers nonetheless. So things are going to be looking very interesting for the 49ers, and this is why I see it as an upset. 49ers, they're capable of it. And that NFC West, folks, I mean, you got a lot of great teams looking in from that NFC West right now. You got a lot of great teams looking good in the NFC West. Besides the Seattle Seahawks, you got the Arizona Cardinals, you got the 49ers, and then you got the Los Angeles Rams. No, besides the 49ers are trying to get better to where they need to be, and they're trying to get to 500. They're 3-4. So with this victory, they'll get to 500. And they're going to try to do it the best possible way they can and give the Arizona Cardinals their second loss of the season. All right, so my upset of the that's another upset week for me right there. I do like San Francisco beating Arizona this afternoon. All right. So yeah, San Francisco beating Arizona this afternoon is my pick. All right. Los Angeles Rams and the Tennessee Titans. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big blow. This is a big blow to all the Titans fans out there. Derrick Henry is out for the season. A big blow indeed to the Tennessee Titans. This is not going to look good. I mean, the pressure now kind of really falls into Ryan Tannehill. It really does. I mean, it's all about Ryan Tannehill now. It's the Ryan Tannehill show now for the remainder of the season in Nashville. And they're on the road. They're on the road today against, ladies and gentlemen, the Los Angeles Rams team at SoFi Stadium. So it's a Sunday night football game, I believe. Yep. Scheduled for 8:20 p.m. So the Los Angeles Rams, ladies and gentlemen, are right now sitting right where they need to be. Not to mention, the NFL trade deadline has passed, and they picked up Von Miller in the trade deadline. And ladies and gentlemen, let's say this. Fingers crossed that Von Miller plays today. All right. It won't be shocking if he doesn't, because I know he's been dealing with some injuries. But it won't be shocking. All right. Don't be surprised if Von Miller does not be on the active roster for tonight's game against the Tennessee Titans. I mean, we all would love for Von Miller to make his debut in a new team this afternoon with the Los Angeles Rams. So what a turn of events it's going to be tonight to see Von Miller make his debut with his home team. I mean, with his new team. Possibly. Fingers crossed it does happen, but don't be surprised if it does not, because again, he's dealing with injuries and he's trying to heal up as much to get back to the 100% level. But hopefully he does make his debut in a new uniform. So we'll see how it goes. And ladies and gentlemen, I do like the Los Angeles Rams this afternoon. I really do, against the Tennessee Titans. Yes. Again, this Los Angeles Rams team is just tremendously hot right now, and this team is there's no stop in this team, none whatsoever. So the Los Angeles Rams are riding the ship, folks. They're riding the ship. Yes, they are. And they're gonna carry that momentum. You know, they did an awesome job last week. You know, beating Los Angeles Rams last week. They beat the New York Football Giants in dominating fashion. I mean, excuse me, no, last week they beat the Houston Texans, ladies and gentlemen, last week, 38-22 on a Halloween in dominating fashion. By the way, speaking of that game, that was lights out football, like for the Los Angeles Rams before the Houston Texans put up 22 points unanswered, going into that late game, before the game was all said and done. But I mean, it kind of raised a little bit of eyebrows because the Los Angeles Rams, ladies and gentlemen, were dominating that game in great fashion. They were dominating that game in great fashion, folks. All right. And all of a sudden, that Rams defense, they gave up 22 unanswered points late in the game. And it kind of raised a little bit eyebrows from that Rams defense to give up 22 points unanswered by that Houston Texans football team. So again, that final score, ladies and gentlemen, last week was 38-22. So anyway, I do like the Los Angeles Rams to beat the Tennessee Titans this afternoon. I think they have what it takes, and this team is just clicking on all cylinders to improve their record to 8-1. Not to mention, so they have what it takes. They really do. They have what it takes. All right, final game of the night before we wrap up our Worldwide Sport Updates podcast of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, Monday Night Football. And it is between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the, let's see, who they play on Monday night. Pittsburgh Steelers and Chicago Bears, Justin Fields. My final pick for that one, ladies and gentlemen, is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh will prevail. Yes. They're going to carry that momentum just like they did last week, beating the Cleveland Browns. And they will continue with the Chicago Bears nonetheless. So the Steelers will win this game, and they will improve to 5-3, as the Chicago Bears will fall to 3-6. I think Justin Fields is going to struggle tomorrow night against that Steelers defense. And Najee Harris, ladies and gentlemen, continues to continue to be impressive and try to put his name out there for Rookie of the Year nonetheless. So with that being said, folks, that is your Week 9 picks in the NFL, and also the lock picks, folks, that I did give out to you for Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully everybody enjoyed them nonetheless. And hopefully you guys enjoyed all those games this afternoon. So again, my Week 9 lock picks, ladies and gentlemen, are the Buffalo Bills, the Dallas Cowboys, the Baltimore Ravens, the San Francisco 49ers, and the Los Angeles Rams. Again, those are my Week 9 lock picks. Buffalo Bills, Dallas Cowboys, Ravens, 49ers, and the Los Angeles Rams. All right, so good stuff indeed. Good stuff indeed, folks. So So basically, folks, this is pretty much your week nine NFL predictions, your picks, your injuries. I probably missed a lot of stuff that I surely truly went over, but um it was a long 4 hours today for a lot of us, and we went overtime. And again, it was great nonetheless. It was great. All right, so we did talk NBA. We did give you predictions from the NBA. We talked college football of week 10, and we gave you recap of week 10. We also talked about UFC boxing results. Again, congratulations to Canelo Alvarez and also Kamaru for retaining their titles respectively, and also Canelo Alvarez, ladies and gentlemen, unifying those his heavyweight title nonetheless. So awesome stuff. So we did talk NBA, we did talk boxing, we talked college football, we talked Major League Baseball and the transactions that are really unfolding right in front of us, and we talked NFL Week 9. Again, ladies and gentlemen, what a great audience we had. We had such a great audience on your Sunday this morning into this afternoon, and it was definitely truly a blessing. You guys are truly amazing. We appreciate you all. Nonetheless, thank you for interacting on your Sunday edition of Worldwide Sports Updates, your podcast, your local news, your local community. Nonetheless, we appreciate you all, and it does not go unnoticed. Again, thank you all from the bottom of our hearts. We do this in each and every day for you, ladies and gentlemen, to stay up to date and deliver sports news each and every week, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, that we are committed to. And ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you guys up to the loop before we wrap things up here on your Sunday podcast edition, we have a new holiday schedule now that we will be starting next week. All right, yes, it's starting next week now. We just started it this week nonetheless, because we did not have a live streaming yesterday because of software updates, software issues, technical difficulties, and not to mention, excuse me, we were not fully prepared for daylight savings. So with the clocks falling back and all that. But nonetheless, folks, we do have a new holiday schedule. It will be starting effectively immediately. We will publish it on our sports pages. Nonetheless, for everybody to be aware of it. So it will be now, excuse me, starting today until the month of January. Friday will be recorded podcast. Saturday, there will be no streaming. On Sunday, there will be a live streaming from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And we will be definitely committed to delivering sports news to you at your fingertips each and every week. All right. So again, it'll be Fridays and Sundays now, moving forward from the month starting now until the month of January. And then after January, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as when we ring in the new 2022 year season, we'll go back to our normal schedule. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, again, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Fridays and Saturdays, and Sundays it'll be from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Nonetheless. So again, as of right now, moving forward from now until January, it will be from Fridays being a recorded podcast, and then on Sunday it will be 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and Saturday there will be no more streaming. So that's our schedule for the holiday season moving forward. All right. And as far as, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to talk much really too much ahead right now. Again, the Christmas schedule could vary, and the New Year's Day schedule could vary. When we do come to that point, we will bring it to your attention nonetheless how Christmas Eve and Christmas Day and New Year's Eve and New Year's Day is going to unfold, because that is family time. You know, you spend time with your family and spend time with your folks and your loved ones. And we'll bring it to your attention, though, how that schedule is going to turn out. Will there be streaming? We will let you know. We'll keep you in the loop as we get to the month of December, nonetheless. All right, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in live from Green Bay, Wisconsin. This is Joseph Hadid, Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Thank you for being a part of it on your Sunday morning edition podcast. We will see you next week. Sunday. Live streaming will be Sunday. We'll see you Sunday. But tune in on Friday for a recorded podcast. It will be launched on Friday on our YouTube channel. It'll be launched on Facebook. And for your other viewings, maybe TikTok and Twitter, maybe and Instagram. I'm trying to figure out how to publish it to TikTok. I'm trying to figure out how to publish it to Twitter and Instagram. I don't think you can publish them. I don't think you can publish it to Twitter and Instagram. I don't know, but we're going to, me and my sports marketer, we're going to try to look into that a little bit more and see how we could publish them. All right. So recorded podcast will be published on Friday moving forward. And we will have a live streaming on Sunday. So we will see you next Sunday, folks. And we will talk recap of college football of week 11. Yes. So we will talk week 11. We will go over week 10 and we will go everything that needs to be delivered nonetheless. All right, folks. Thank you so much. From your host, I'll talk to you guys soon. Signing off, Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community, and I'll see you next week. Have a safe week and a safe, productive one nonetheless. Enjoy. I'll see you guys next week. Be safe. Enjoy those games. Enjoy the NFL games. Enjoy the NBA games. Sorry we couldn't give you NHL hockey games, folks. It's a long show today. It really was. But we did interact with a lot of people. Enjoy those hockey games nonetheless. There is a lot of hockey games going on your Sunday edition, so enjoy those nonetheless. And not to mention, folks, look what's going to happen right in front of us this upcoming week. College basketball. College basketball is coming back. Yes, the NCAA basketball makes its debut there. I think the season starts on November 9th. Yeah, so college basketball is here. Before you know it. I think 2 more days until college basketball debuts. Yeah, crazy, folks. Crazy, folks. And before you know it, NCAA March Madness will be here. NCAA March Madness will be here before you know it. But ladies and gentlemen, college basketball is expected to make its season debut on November 9th. What a season that's going to be, especially with Coach K, this being his final season. Yeah. Can you believe it? It's sad. It's sad that this is gonna be Coach K, his final season in the triumphant of the NCAA basketball picture. And what a great showing it's gonna go out for Coach K nonetheless. There's gonna be a lot of goosebumps, a lot of tearing, how Coach K is gonna go out, ladies and gentlemen, in the NCAA basketball picture. So lots to look forward to as far as how the college basketball season is going to unfold. And not to mention, not only from the men's perspective side, but you're talking about the women's perspective side too. So, and before you know it, the NCAA March Madness will be here. Yeah, so no, college basketball runs from November all the way to March. So, yeah, before you know it, college basketball will be here. And we're 2 days away from it. Can you believe it? Yeah. I know I can't. All right, folks. Have a safe week. Thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you next Sunday. Have a safe one and stay blessed. All right. We are definitely grateful for you guys nonetheless. Worldwide Sport Updates. Your host, signing off.